Convening to open session at 6:56. We'll start with the pledge. Student board member, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ms. Sandoval, would you call the roll?
Certainly. Trustee Jones?
Here.
Trustee Prasad?
Here.
Trustee Zhang? Here. Trustee Campbell?
Here.
Trustee Sweeney?
Here.
Student member Dalmia?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Superintendent, would you introduce yourself and staff, please?
It'd be my pleasure. We're joined this evening by Associate Superintendent Pfeiffer, Assistant Superintendent Salinas, Assistant Superintendent Larson, and Executive Assistant to the Board of Education and the Superintendent, Ms. Patty Sandoval.
Great. Thank you. Is there anything reportable from closed session?
Thank you, President Jones. There is one reportable action from closed session. On a motion of Trustee Campbell with a second by Trustee Prasad, the board unanimously approved the appointment of Ernest Eppley for the Director of Transportation in Fremont Unified School District. And Mr. Eppley is with us this evening.
Great. Thank you. And is there anything you'd like to say, Mr. Eppley? You can go right to the podium.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ernest Eppley. Please feel welcome to call me Ernie. I'll keep it very brief. I just want to express my gratitude and appreciation to the Board of Trustees and to the Fremont Unified School District for this opportunity. I look forward to getting started and joining the wonderful team here at Fremont Unified. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and welcome. And on to 7.1, the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Jones. Briefly for the superintendent's report, I would just like to, again, acknowledge and recognize the hard work of our staff. These are remarkable times, and that has been said multiple times over the past 2.5 years. But the strain that's on our educational system is really hard to describe in a short amount of time. If you're seeing it and feeling it, you feel it in the fabric of your being. And I'm so grateful to all of our employees who are showing up day after day and doing the hard work for the betterment of our kids and the betterment of our community. I would also like to add in tonight's superintendent's report that January marks Board Recognition Month through the state of California. And I wanted to take just a moment and thank our Board of Trustees. Leadership has been of paramount importance since March of 2020. And this district, this community, our society in general has been faced with incredible challenges, from pandemic to social issues to fiscal issues. And your leadership is appreciated, your work is recognized, and I wanted to take just a moment and thank our Board of Trustees.
Thank you. Student board member report?
Yeah, schools are having their ASB elections currently and are also planning spring events, and most of them have a rotating flex schedule right now. Some games and events are being canceled, but others are still happening. And also a student COVID FAQ was put together to answer any questions they may have about reopening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move to the consent calendar, and just prior to us starting this, if anybody here or anybody joining online has comments to make about the consent calendar and consent calendar items only, now's the time to raise your hand. When we get to that portion, when Ms. Sandoval calls your name, please identify which consent item you're speaking on. There will be opportunities for open public comment and comment on agenda items later, so this would be for just the consent calendar. But before we go there, do we have anything? Yes, Trustee Sweeney.
Just some comments on item 11.6.
Okay. Anybody else have? Yes, Trustee Campbell.
10.6.
10.6. Anyone else have comments about any consent items? Okay. Ms. Sandoval, do we take public comment first? Okay. Are there any speakers? Okay. All right. 10.6, Trustee Campbell.
Okay, thank you. This item is authorizing staff to do the general lighting service agreement. It's actually a replacement of an existing agreement. What happens with the current contract?
That's 11.6.
Oh, did it change?
Or, oh,
No,
I'm
no,
looking
ti-
up what's printed, I'm sorry.
It's 10.6.
I'm for the same item. Thank
Oh,
you.
the same item, okay.
Oh.
But at least on this thing, it says 10.6.
Okay,
Okay.
so you both.
Oh, talking about the same
10 point-
item.
Okay,
So our Associate Superintendent Pfeiffer can provide some context to the replacement of an agreement having a new firm begin this work. This is related to the Rick Glankler Early Learning Center. As has been noted, there have been a number of complications with that project over time. And so this is a new agreement for this scope of service. Associate Superintendent Pfeiffer?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to respond to this item. As you know, that we've had multiple delays in that project, stemming from the project due to be completed for students to be in attendance for this August period of time, which that timeline was not met. Then the project was extended to November 18. Then November 30th, that deadline was also not met. Then to January, that deadline was also not met. So in further researching the reasons for the delay, most of it has to do with electrical. The electrician that we have on site, for various reasons, has had some issues with delivering some of the work that needs to be completed in a timely manner. Since then, there's been identified certain things that we need to have done, some that were unforeseen conditions, but others that are things that our staff are needing. And so in order for us to not hold up the project further, we're looking at not adding this work to the existing general contractor and the subcontractor, and hiring an electrician directly to be able to assist us in taking care of these additional services that are needed. This request does not ask for an additional increase in the budget line. We are asking for the board to authorize me to enter into an agreement with this vendor to be able to do this work so that we continue to move this project forward.
Thank you, but does that mean that the existing general contractor, this scope of work will come off of their contract?
No, this is additional work. So we are allowing the subcontractor that the general contractor hired to complete their work.
Oh, I see.
We are
Okay.
not impacting them. What we're not doing is adding any more work to them.
I see, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Trustee Sweeney?
Thank you. So this is essentially a change order for the increased work?
No, it's not a change order to the general contractor. It's a new contract to a new vendor.
For additional work that was not in the original contract from the original
Exactly. It was not in the original scope of work.
Okay. And then somewhat of a concern that the construction manager reached out to this company to award him the contract. I'm guessing that's in the interest of time, but why wouldn't we put this out to bid?
More than anything is because of the delay. So some of the things that the electrician needs to do, there's one component, which is the transit pipe that's there. We've known about this. Anyways, we're trying to get that component taken care of as quickly as possible, because at this point, Building F does not have power. We don't have power at that school because of this transit line. And we're coming in a little bit late in the game to try to get this resolved as quickly as we can.
Okay, I guess I'm just a little bit confused in that the original contractor was causing delays, so we're going to allow that contractor to complete their contract. And then there was additional work that's $98,000 that we're going to have a new contractor do. So why would it even be part of the background that the first contractor was impacted and is not performing well? It doesn't really have anything to do with the fact that we're using a different contractor for the $98,000, correct?
Well, traditionally in this district, any additional work is assigned to the general contractor and therefore to the subcontractor. So what would have come to you is what you were asking,
Right.
a change order to the general contractor. This is not the normal process that's been used, so I describe this item as, because of the delays, we are having to contract with someone else instead of the existing general contractor and subcontractor.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, Patty?
I do have a speaker, remote, that has just raised their hand since everyone started speaking.
Is the board interested in taking the public comment? Ms. Sandoval, please call the speaker.
Jose Cuevas, go ahead. Jose Cuevas? Jose Cuevas, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
All right, thanks so much. Good evening, respected trustees and superintendent. My name is Jose Cuevas, and I'm the father of 2 children attending Blackout Elementary.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt you. Is this about an item on the consent calendar?
Oh, no, it's about public comments. Sorry.
Okay, so we're gonna hold off on that until open communication.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, anything else? But is there a motion to approve consent calendar?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
All right, on a motion by trustee Prasad, second by trustee Campbell. Is there any other questions? I'm sorry, I apologize. Student member, do you vote on consent? Okay. Ms. Sandoval? Oh.
Okay. Just open for your votes. That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move to open communications. So if you have something that you would, if any of the members, community members watching, if you would like to speak on something that is not an agenda item, now is the time to raise your hand. And before I ask Ms. Sandoval for the number of speakers, I'm going to read our announcement. As we continue to be open for in-person meetings, members of the public are welcome to attend in person. Watch us live via the live stream video under the Community tab on our website or on TV via cable TV channel 26 and 1084. There are several opportunities for members of the public to provide public comment. Written public comment will continue to be accepted in advance of the meeting from those attending in person and from those participating remotely by phone or audio during the live meeting. The board respects the right of the public to comment on board matters. However, the board is entitled to and will limit each speaker to 3 minutes or less. If you are joining us in person, speaker cards must be submitted to the administrative assistant before the agenda item is called. Additional speakers will not be added after that. If you are dialing in by phone or joining via video, speaker hands must be raised at the time the item is called. Additional speakers will not be added after that. As a reminder to those of you joining us remotely, your phone and/or laptop must be used as a microphone, and you must still stream the meeting live via our website or via cable TV to hear and watch us. Please note that in all cases, we will make every effort to take public comment from students first. Speech or conduct that is disruptive, threatening, abusive, defamatory, or impedes the orderly conduct of the board is not allowed. At the discretion of the presiding officer or board, anyone who disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of a board meeting may be required to exit the virtual meeting or in-person meeting. Thank you for your anticipated cooperation. Ms. Sandoval, how many speakers do we have?
We are currently at 13. I have 2 remote and the rest here.
Okay, so with 13 speakers, that is 2 minutes per speaker. All right, please call the speakers.
Jose Cuevas. Jose Cuevas, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
As I was saying, good evening, respected trustees and superintendent. My name is Jose Cuevas, and I'm the father of 2 children attending Blakeo Elementary. This is the second time in 2 months that I have the privilege to share with you all a concern that is affecting quite a few families at 5 different schools. This concern and disappointment has to do with the lack of a before and after school program at Blakeo Elementary and some other sites. In my previous comments, I pointed out that this is a clear example of inequity that the district isn't able to prevent. Families like mine have been using their limited savings to pay outside school daycares that cost double than those programs offered at other sites. This has been happening since August of 2021. So as all of you may imagine, our money is flying away and the district is incapable of finding a solution. Right after the meeting held on December the 8th, I took the time to send an email to the superintendent office offering different options to be considered. After the explanations given by Mr. Kamak right after my public comment, I was under the impression that the district was betting all its efforts to wait for a vendor. Since I never obtained a response to my email, I thought that tonight the respected trustees as well as Mr. Kamak may be willing to listen to those options in person. I always believed that the more, the merrier. Has the district explored staffing that much needed program with in-house employees? Has the district thought about extending the cafeteria hours before and after the bell schedule? Has the district considered staffing the program by hiring through new openings? Has the district explored the idea of providing bus shuttles to pick up and drop off students from the closest sites where that program is being offered? And last, has the district thought about providing some financial aid to those families being affected by this clear example of inequity? I look forward to hearing your thoughts on these options and finding a solution to this ongoing issue. Thanks for your valuable time.
Thank you, Mr. Cuevas. Next.
Hayes Shire.
Good evening, board. Thank you very much for taking my public comment. My name is Hayes Scher, and I am speaking on the topic of the Mandarin and Spanish immersion program this evening. While this topic is not on the agenda, I am compelled to speak this evening. I have a daughter in first and a son in kinder. I'm also part of the MIP Parents for Unification group and want to thank the work of the district and the task force, which recommended unification of the program at Bringhurst Elementary last evening in their last meeting. My group has compiled a list of 123 parents who currently support unification from both campuses in a short 4-day time as a first priority for our community. This count continues to climb by the day. We urge the board to respect the recommendation and the hard work of the task force and proceed with unification for our program. We also urge you to do so without delay, as there are many families waiting to enroll and determine their status in the program. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I do have one other hand that has been raised since then.
Okay.
Sandy Tor. Sandy Tor, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for taking the time out to listen in. I'm a PTA member at Vallejo Mill Elementary, and I would like to bring attention to the board here that our school has not had a science teacher since the beginning of this school year. I know there's a shortage, and I know that you are trying your best to fill those positions, but I feel like in the meanwhile, there should be something done about giving additional or supplemental programs to the teachers to help them out, whether that is science kits or giving them funding to purchase extra materials for that, to do labs. I don't want to see our students miss out on the hands-on work, even though our teachers are trying their best to do, the curriculum. It's the hands-on that's going to really get the students' attention and the learning happening. So we have tried to reach out and we have kind of hit a wall. So my hope is that bringing that to your attention will help move something forward so that we can get some support in getting some support from you so that the PTA can help our teachers who are struggling during this time. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Sandoval?
Toby Black? And Alaric Robinson to follow. I'll take those. I'll take those, sir.
Awesome. One for each board.
Thank you. Here you go.
Good evening. My name is Toby Black. I am the president of CB Management Group, one half of the CB Management Group, Jenkins, Gales, Martinez joint venture construction management team that is actually managing or was managing the Grix Clanker Early Learning Center project. The reason why I'm here is because our invoices have not been paid. October invoice is now 90 days overdue. November invoice is 60 days, and December is the latest. Associate Superintendent Pfeiffer has not paid our invoices. She requested additional information when we submitted. We complied, and we didn't get paid until December for August and September. And we still have not gotten paid for October and November and December. Our invoices did not start becoming late until Associate Superintendent Pfeiffer joined Fremont Unified School District. We have requested meetings with her to discuss this, and she has evaded us each time. In November of last year, our fees were running out on our contract, and we were asked by the Fremont Unified School District to provide a proposal to extend our contract. And so we did, and doing so, we also continued working and providing services in good faith that our contract was going to be extended. In December of last year, we were notified December 20th that the contract will not be extended. And so at no time were we ever told until then. During this, we were also told within the same email from Associate Superintendent Pfeiffer that she will be transitioning these services to another construction management team. We found out that team was Suguri Marafini Architects, and that firm is not in the pre-qualified pool, in which all of the construction management firms who are in the pre-qualified pool competed to get. And they were given a non-compete contract for construction management services. And it looks like my time is up. Yep. And we would like to...
Can you wrap it up since your time is... Thank you.
We would like to continue working with the Fremont Unified School District, but we would like to... I sent you guys an email, or I sent the board an email, what I've handed to Ms. Sandoval. You can go into more detail there. We would like to continue working with the district, but we would also like to be paid.
Thank you.
If you want to continue further, like you work together, I would like, we can meet, talk, whatever, but we would just like to be paid.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to have this opportunity to speak to the board. Can everybody hear me? Just to elaborate on what Mr. Black has said, the lack of timely payment to not only our company, but to the general contractor and to his subs and other vendors that we contracted with to complete the Rix Glankler project is what's led to the time extensions that have been requested either by change order for unforeseen conditions or by simply some vendors, key vendors, our abatement and selective demolition contractor, for example, pulled off the site prior to August. And then we also had Millennium, the hazmat consulting company, who was to review and approve all of their work, pulled off the site as well for lack of payment. So as the construction manager for the project, it put me in a position and our company in a position to have to jump over hoops to try to keep this thing on track. And so when people talk about the original contract and duration time, I want to go back to the original bid documents that were sent out in March 13th, 2021. Phase 1 of the project was to be completed on August the 4th. Phase 2, which involved Building A and Building F, was never to be completed until January 28th. So just wanted to clarify for the record the construction process and the challenges that we had on the job. And as Toby has iterated, we do need to have timely payment, not just for us, but just to keep the vendors involved and engaged to complete the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sandoval?
Rocio Cole and Misha Vaughn.
Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Rocio Cole, and because I'm native Spanish speaker, I'm going to speak first in Spanish. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Rocio Cole. Estoy aquí representando a la preparatoria American High School. Asimismo, estoy representando al comité de la asociación PTSA como miembro ejecutivo. Quiero agradecer la oportunidad de poder platicar esta noche, de poder participar y darle retroalimentación como padre de familia y que siempre estamos velando por los intereses de nuestros hijos. Asimismo, invitar a otros padres de familia que hablen español, que no tengan vergüenza a venir a participar, a dar sus dudas, sus preguntas y que se escuche la voz en español aquí también en el distrito. Mi tema de hoy es sobre el patio, sobre la sombra del patio de los estudiantes cuando toman ellos su receso. Tenemos la necesidad de que los estudiantes siempre están buscando por la sombra y en realidad también siempre están buscando por un lugar seguro porque siempre hay muchas gaviotas volando ahí. Eso es como ejemplo. Pues mi hija está en 10º grado y siempre que toma su descanso está preocupada de dónde se va a sentar y dónde va a haber sombra y que no vaya a haber ningún accidente con las gaviotas. Por eso le pido al distrito que si podría apoyarnos con proporcionando la sombra para American High School. Gracias por su tiempo. Now I'm going to speak in English. So my name is Rocio Cole. I'm here representing American High School as well as the Executive Board for American High School PTSA. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak up tonight and for listening to the parents and the feedback that we're seeing at the school and the emerging need. I wish to address the issue of the cover for the outdoor seating at American High School. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Misha Vaughn. Thanks very much for the time to address you tonight. By the way, good job, Rocio. For being a non-native English speaker, I'm very proud of you. Took a lot of guts. I'm here on behalf of the American High School PTSA, as well as the American High School PTSA Safety Committee. One of the issues that was brought to our attention by the students, faculty, and staff of American was the urgent need for fixed outdoor overhead coverings during the lunchtime period. We have a very large student body. It's a growing student body. And right now, they have no place to convene, to gather when they are during their lunch period. Their only alternative is to cram inside. No one wants that with kids off, especially during a time that has become more endemic than pandemic now. And so now they gather outside. When it rains, they sort of sit in the mud. When it's sunny, they huddle as best as they can under shade. So anything that the board can do when looking particularly at the budget for next year, looking at funding fixed outdoor overhead coverings would be greatly appreciated by everybody concerned. Thanks so much for your time and attention tonight.
Thank you. Ms. Sandoval?
Kate Wu and Justin Valencia. Felix Lechner to follow that as well.
Hi, my name is Kate Wu. In a survey conducted by the district over Christmas, I voted against the unification of the MIP program. In your last meeting, Trustee Rachel John said that MIP parents are adamant to unify the program. Her statement is utterly false. I know that because I have saw the results of the survey. They are available on the district website. A full 55% of parents, and therefore a majority, voted against unification. Fremont is a large enough city. Diversifying the program locations can serve more families and even attract families to the school district. Having one campus at the most expensive part of the city will make the program out of reach for many. Lila Bringhurst is a brand new school, but the dense location will cause a lot of pain for many families. As the survey result shows, the new building is not a top priority for many people. Just because Bringhurst needs more enrollment, it is not a reason to sacrifice families who do not wish to attend that location. MIP resided at Azevedo for many years, and the students performed very well despite it being a much older school. Therefore, I plead with the board, please help families and students keep MIP at multiple locations. Don't just tell the majority of the MIP parents, as Trustee Sweeney puts it, if they turn down a new school, it's on them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, trustees and district management. My name is Justin Valencia, and I'm a teacher at Horner Middle School. Last time I was here in person, I believe that was back, and I want to say September or August, and I was here complaining about, well, Williams complaints, because our site, the buildings, people were melting, kids were, it was upwards of 80 degrees in rooms, students were complaining, staff were complaining, and I come again because, well, I noticed at the last board meeting on consent calendar, those same Williams complaints were unresolved. Because I know I mentioned the middle school, and I'm pretty sure it's our middle school, because up until today, actually, the heat was not working in the A building. And when one of our buildings in the classroom, heat was not working. Students and staff were freezing. And we put in a Williams complaint December 6th, which was 51 days ago, 25 working days. And only today did someone from the construction company come over, flick a switch, and fix it in 1 minute. I don't know why we need to wait 1 month for a 1 minute fix when people were freezing in their rooms. We also have another room, the computer room. 30 computers generate a lot of heat, and our computer teacher with their students, kids are complaining. It's upwards of 78 degrees in the heat of winter, and we're not even in spring yet. I don't know what we need to do to get these complaints solved. I complained here before. I'll gladly complain here again. I've contacted the superintendent before. People are sent over, they come and check things out, and then they go away and it's not fixed. So I don't know what else I need to do, but my staff are tired of having to constantly complain to get bare necessities done like HVAC that should have been fixed way before August and in-person instruction. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Felix Lechner. I'm in my 9th year as a library commissioner for the city of Fremont. I also serve as the secretary of your local accountability committee. Both bodies are subject to the Brown Act. President Jones, I believe this body violated the state meeting laws during a discussion of item 16.6 at your most recent meeting on January 12th. The topic was the opening of Lila Bringhurst. As a careful examination of the video will show, Trustee Sweeney tried to impress upon this solemn body and upon district staff that it would be okay to disregard the results of a survey among Mandarin parents. He continued to press on even after Superintendent Kamek reminded everyone that the item was not scheduled. The parents voted against unification by a majority of 55% and against Bringhurst as a location by a factor of 2 to 1. After your last meeting, the district the school called a 48-hour emergency conference with all Mandarin parents. The invite promised that the MIP task force will recommend the unification before the group had a chance to meet. At the conference, the principals discredited the survey and described the results as raw data. With probably 25 years of service, Trustee Sweeney is the dominant force on this body. Is Trustee Sweeney trying to remedy the error of having upsized Bringhurst? Or was there a secret agreement with the former head of CIPCF, Jeff Bowen, who also served in a bond measure oversight capacity to move the Mandarin program upon Bringhurst's completion? The public trust is in the balance. President Jones, please cancel the upcoming board retreat on Saturday. The risk is too great that the conduct of your colleagues will continue there. I also ask that you please delay the vote on the move of the Mandarin program from February 23 until such time that all affected parents can be informed of what took place here. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Ms. Sandoval, are there additional speakers?
There are. Aparna Kara, Jessica Shi, followed by Murray Hughes and Brandon Dorsey.
Hello, good evening everyone. I am Aparna Karra. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Good evening everyone. I'm Aparna Karra here. I represent American High School PTSA board, and I have a senior and a freshman at American High School. We have been part of this community since kindergarten. I don't know, 17 years now. We are very happy. We love our school. We love American High. From Brookville to Taunton, the whole community, I just love it. Thank you so much. I'm here to represent PTSA, American High PTSA, an urgent need like what my friends have requested before, Misha and Roshu, about the coverings. I'm here to just give a personal story. My daughter is a freshman at ninth grader, and in November when the rains were high, they didn't have place to sit and eat. There is no outdoor covering. So they had to go sit in the mud, sit down, have their lunch, and when they stand up, unfortunately, all her dress has been spoiled with wet mud, and they had to tie her jacket to cover that. Otherwise, people are calling it, oh, there's poop on your back. So, you know, how embarrassing that could be. So just to solve that, please, we request an urgent need for an outdoor covering. Please consider that and help us with AHS. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Dear Trustee and Superintendent, my name is Jessica Shi. I'm a parent of 9th and 12th graders at American High School. I'm here today as a concerned parent to request the school board to consider urgently needed investment in overhead coverings for American High School. I applaud the staff at American High for doing their best to follow the health protocols from the state, county, and district. However, I'm concerned about the lack of overhangs in the outdoor eating areas. My senior daughter told me that during lunchtime, there are always seagulls flying around in flocks up in the sky above the lunch area, and it makes the students prone to getting hit by the waste which they drop. This and the feathers that the seagulls often drop on students' food is extremely unsanitary. Furthermore, when the birds all come flying on a massive flock, the students, who are often in the middle of eating and unmasked, panic and run around. This kind of chaos is especially harmful during the ongoing pandemic. In order to have our students to have a safe place to eat, please consider this urgently needed request as a part of your funding considerations for infrastructure at American High School. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marie Hughes, and I just have a small comment about collecting feedback. First, I want to thank the board for continuing to allow people to submit feedback in writing and not come to the board meeting, even though we now have in-person board meetings. However, the Tuesday noon deadline is really short for a lot of people. Teachers are still teaching, students are in school, people are working at work. Sometimes items are delayed like this week, so we have very little time to evaluate them and formulate our feedback. I understand staff needs a certain amount of time to collect everything up and add it to the packets, but I'm asking for you to extend the deadline to a little later in the day, say maybe like 6 p.m., so that people are not so rushed and can use this mechanism more effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sandoval, are there any other speakers?
I have one more, Brandon Dorsey.
Okay, and just for those of you who don't know, Mrs. Dorsey is the president of FUDTA, and as such will have 5 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Trustee Jones, President Jones, and Superintendent Kamak, and trustees. I'm Brandon Dorsey, President of the Fremont Unified District Teachers Association. Ms. Sandoval is handing out some handouts to you. And you know I miss teaching first grade, so I brought you handouts. But this is actually a serious matter. You will probably see some of these same handouts, slides, because they are in one of your later board presentations, because they're from school services. And I wanted to talk to you about salary negotiations. As you probably learned in closed session, we did present our first salary offer to you, and this was what was presented to your bargaining team. But I wanted to give some context, and I'm sorry I couldn't be here before you went into closed session, but I had mom duties. The most poignant slide is in the middle of the packet, and it says, first year Fremont teacher, if you want to follow along with me. A first year teacher in Fremont makes, if they're right out of college, they make about $70,000, which if you were like me and grew up in the Central Valley, that was a lot of money. But today it's not. And when you factor in all the basic living costs, rent, which is about, for a studio apartment, is about $21,000 a year, all your statutory taxes. If you want health insurance for FUSD, that's over $8,000 a year that we have to pay out of pocket. If you add up all the expenses, and nothing fancy, gas, food, internet, probably student loan payments, car insurance, car payment, I'm not talking clothes or entertainment or anything, your first year teacher is in the hole every single month. What happens if you need new tires? Or, other things happen. If your car breaks down, what happens to that teacher? Our first year teachers should not be living at the poverty level. I love sports, and I want the best players for my team every single year. I want first round draft picks. I want to work with first round draft picks in my district. We don't attract first round draft picks if they end up in the hole every single month. We need competitive pay. We need to start really thinking about benefits. And when we end up with the over $55 million in reserves, well, 73, somewhere around there. It was a lot. It was a big number. We have to do better. When we have a stable funding coming from the state for the first time in multiple years, we have to do better. We need to attract the best people who will stay here, because that's not just good for me, it's good for our students. And that is why we are here, to educate students. That's why I'm a teacher. That's why I've dedicated my life to being a teacher. That's why I put in countless hours on nights and weekends. And when the pandemic hit, that's why I worked all summer training myself, as many of our educators did, to be ready, because I knew I wouldn't be prepared otherwise. on my own for no pay. We have held this district together. We deserve to be compensated for that. Please look this over and remember, you want first-round draft picks, not fifth. Thank you.
Thank you, President Dorsey. Ms. Sandoval, are there any other speakers?
I do have a remote speaker who I believe logged on much later after we've had taken the cards. I don't know if it's for this item or for the next one.
Okay, for the person who has raised your hand, if you're raising your hand for an agenda item, please lower it. If it's for open public comment, okay, I think that has disappeared now. Okay, so we're going to assume that that was for an agenda item. Is that it for public comment, Ms. Sandoval?
Yes.
Mr. Superintendent, is there anything that you would like to address from public comment?
Thank you, President Jones. Yes, as has been noted many times in the boardroom, the trustees are unable to respond to public comment under the Brown Act. A few just points of interest so that trustees can be aware in the community as well. Happy to follow up with parents who have asked for additional communication. I think generally that's a pattern that we're successful with. If any have fallen through the gaps, I'll be sure that we follow up with that. In terms of the public comments regarding a construction management company, I will follow up with those individuals as well. No communication has been provided to me from that agency, which would be the normal sequence of events to address those to me first. And I can schedule a meeting with those individuals to review the information we have about invoices paid and what has been stated to be delivered in the project and that progress. Also for American High School, we have been in contact with the principal. We are evaluating options for temporary structures, understanding that a more permanent option requires DSA approval and maybe a longer term. And I apologize to the student and parent community that we haven't gotten better communication out to you on those updates. But it is something that we have been looking at and working on, getting quotes and trying to find some solution there. But we haven't been able to move forward formally with anything, but we will follow up with additional communication on those items. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We're moving to item 14.1 is the school reopening. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you very much, President Jones. My pleasure to be here again tonight to present just a short summary of information. There's not a lot of dramatic changes in the guidance since our last meeting, but a few things that I did want to go over for our trustees, for our community, and our public. As an overview of the presentation, looking at vaccine clinics, testing, masking, notifications, and screeners. Of note, I want to compliment some of our partnerships. We have a great partnership with Bay Area Community Health. Recently at American High School, we held a vaccine clinic. More than 300 doses were administered within 3 hours. Many compliments to our risk manager, Rowena Cohen, and Principal Barrington at American High School. Additionally, at Cabrillo Elementary, many compliments to Principal Thornley, and they hosted a clinic on January 7th with Bay Area Community Health. We were able to vaccinate 470 individuals. And right now we're looking at scheduling through Cabrillo and the leadership of the site and the partnership with Bay Area Community Health monthly vaccination events to continue to offer access to our community. In terms of testing for our staff and students amid the surge from Omicron, we've certainly seen a real need and an increase for our testing proctors, for our testing program. Right now, our test proctors have administered over 5,600 PCR tests in the 2 weeks following winter break. And I wanted to provide an update for the public and our trustees that we are exploring an additional contract with an additional testing vendor to try and increase our testing availability and our testing program. It's not to remove the current program that we have in place, but it's to try and increase capacity for testing and also increase the methods of testing. And I want to point out that the reason we want to diversify a little bit there is with the Delta surge and the beginning of the pandemic, the PCR test was kind of the gold standard. With the emergence of Omicron, we've seen a much greater reliance and need on antigen testing. And so we don't know what the next wave may mean, what the next surge may require. So we want to diversify our capacity a little bit there and increase our capacity as well. I also want to call out, as we discussed in the last meeting, why we are closing our testing program at 3 p.m. on most days. I've had some good communication with community individuals and staff members. It's not to arbitrarily close at 3. It's to make sure that we meet the 52-hour cutoff time for the specimens to reach the lab. So at the end of each day, we're boxing up as quickly and accurately as we can and making sure that they're shipped on time. Next, I want to highlight, we had covered in the last meeting that we sent out our remaining supply of N95 masks. Unfortunately, some of that supply included lots that were recalled. We have since been able to send out additional supply to our staff. We recently supplied a month supply of N95 masks for our staff within Fremont Unified School District. We're expecting additional supplies from Cal OES, and we've also ordered 44,000 N95 masks. We are looking at the potential of securing KN95 masks for our students and exploring what the cost points and availability would be for those. Again, recognizing that the county health directive on masking has been to focus first on fit, then on filtration. And so the first thing we want to do is make sure that students are wearing a mask that they can remain compliant with and that fits them well. Sometimes a higher filtration doesn't result in greater mask compliance. So we want to have some flexibility with that while encouraging those who can and where they can to increase filtration. Another area of great discussion and interest within Fremont Unified, rightfully so, has been a discussion around exposure notifications. So we have implemented, as discussed in the prior meeting, a shift from individual close contact tracing to a group process. The intention of that is to move to a more timely and broad notification, and that has been going well for the most part. In most cases, we're able to turn around that notification either in the same day or within 24 hours, and that's always our intended goal. But I do want to recognize that we have in our notification sent out a broad time window. And there are cases that date very far back, much further than we'd like to see dated back. The reason that happens in most cases, not all, is that there is a delay in the school site or the district being notified of when a student is positive. And I don't believe that there's any malintent in that or any lack of effort in that. For example, we may have a case where a student is out, let's say for a week of school, and we're notified by the family, the parent, the guardian in that circumstance the next week that the student was out and positive with COVID. And when that happens, then we're getting the notification a week later. And maybe if it's just a week, it still is somewhat timely. It's still within the quarantine period at least. But there are times when it's 10 days, 14 days. And so the timeliness of the notification that we send out is dependent on when we receive the information as well. So we're working with our school sites. We're going to send reminders in our newsletter this week to our community, how they can report those so that they can be done as quickly and timely as possible. And as a parent of 2 children myself who are in schools, I've received notification letters. I can't pretend to know how every parent feels, but I know how I feel when I get those letters. And we want to make sure that we're doing the best we can to deliver timely and accurate information to our community. Our intent is not to send out letters with a great time range just to cause any distress to families, but we have committed to be very transparent about when we have a case, we're reporting it. We do continue to work with Alameda County Health to consider how we might communicate differently if there is a delay and when we are made aware of the case. We'll continue to reflect on that and consult with the county to see how we can deliver the best notification and service to our staff, our students, and our community. Additionally, we have updated our daily student screener, and we'll be linking that to our newsletter as well. I just wanted to provide an update to our trustees that those documents have been updated. And another reminder that the Alameda County flow chart for parents and for staff have been updated, and those links are available on our website resources. And that concludes my brief update for our COVID-19 response. and I look forward to presenting any future changes to you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Ms. Sandoval. Ms. Sandoval, are there any speakers on this item?
I have 3 at this time.
Okay.
Jennifer, you like?
Oh, and just to preface this, with 3 speakers, we'll have 3 minutes apiece.
Jennifer, you'll like, go ahead.
Jennifer, you like, go ahead.
Answer any questions.
Oh, you have to be quiet. Ms. Sandoval. Ms. Sandoval, are there any speakers on this item? I have 3 at this time. Okay. Hello. Oh, and just to preface this, with 3 speakers, we'll have 3 minutes apiece.
Hello?
Jennifer, you like, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
go ahead.
Jennifer, you like, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Ulick. I'm a teacher.
Answer any questions.
Oh, you have to be quiet.
Hello?
Ms. Sandoval. Ms. Sandoval, are there any speakers on this item? I have 3 at this time. Okay.
Sorry,
To the speaker, we'll need you to turn off
Oh, and just to preface
your
this with
TV and just use your computer as a microphone. Can you go ahead with your public comment now?
I think I'm unmuted. Hello?
Yes, you're good to go.
What is going on?
Jennifer, you can go ahead and start now.
To the speaker, we'll need you to turn off your...
Sorry, I'm unable to hear the meeting. I hope that you guys can hear me though. I'm going to go ahead and speak. My name's Jennifer Ulig. I'm a teacher at one of our elementary schools. Some of our sites have recently received direct not to notify staff or parents about exposures due to privacy laws. While confidentiality is important to maintain, I don't see why school sites would be unable to maintain that confidentiality since our health and safety are on the line. I myself received an exposure notice that was for January 24th of an exposure that happened January 14th. The recommendations on that email said to test January 19th. Of course, that's not possible since that was in the past. I've spoken to several educators and parents about the similar experience as superintendent. I think it's both negligent and irresponsible to continue a system that is notifying us so late with delays. Well, we have 5 COVID liaisons that are overwhelmed with hundreds of cases to contact trace. 838, I believe, to date, since we've returned from winter break. If the district wants to take full responsibility for notifying staff and families, I ask that you greatly increase your COVID liaison team so you can notify us in a timely manner to stop the spread at our schools. Thank you for your time. I hope you're able to hear me.
Thank you.
Trisha Mehta? Trisha Mehta?
Hi, my name is Trisha Mehta. I'm the mother of a middle schooler at Walters Middle School. I also would like to talk about the delays in notification. However, my suggestion is we collect data first in terms of when is the school being notified of when whoever was COVID positive was last in the school to when they turned to be positive to when the notification for that was sent. So we can take a database approach on trying to see what process needs to be improved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hazel Vanderlo?
Hello. Hi, my name is Hazel Vanderlo, and I have an elementary student at Mission San Jose. And I'm calling to just ask the board to consider having more transparency when it comes to the process of notification. Right now, as a parent, it's very confusing to understand. I understand that you guys are getting a lot of contacts from parents, and it's contact tracers working. But what I'm wondering is if there is a way that process can be streamlined. So when a secretary at my school receives a call from a parent that says, my child is COVID positive, can that secretary then inform the teacher immediately so that notices can go out? Or, is there some liaison somewhere at the district that's triggering all of this? I think that a lot of the concerns that parents have has to do with not understanding that process. So if that process can be, I know that it gets modified all the time, but if it could just be more transparent, I think it would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional speakers, Ms. Sandoval?
None remote. I do have Brennan Dorsey.
Okay.
Brandon Dorsey, President of the Fremont Unified District Teachers Association. So very positive things, and then some things that definitely need to be improved upon. So masks have been delivered, which is good. I think there has been a problem, though, with communication and direction to our site principals on distribution, because I was just at a site on Tuesday. They didn't even know they had masks. So principals need very clear direction on what to do, because they're just, bless them, but they're doing their own things. So it would be great if they could get clear direction. You need to hand these out to staff. You need to send notifications, because someone else said, oh yeah, they've been here since last week. You didn't know? Nobody knew. It would be great to get rapid tests for staff. The delay in testing results, which I know is no fault of FUSD because all the labs are backed up, I think that would ease some people's minds. And my idea for expedient notification would be checkbox all the rooms at the school where there were COVID exposures and send that out. It's transparent, it's immediate, you know which classrooms have been exposed. Prep teachers, our speech and language pathologists, counselors, psychologists, sometimes our paraeducators, they're left out of notifications in the contact tracing. And so we have to do better for them. And finally, I think coming back to this additional layer of stress has been very difficult. I know FUSD is not a mini health department and everyone is doing the best they can, but it has been very all-consuming. It's all people think about, and safety is a basic need. And if teachers are focused and worried about their safety, they're probably not focused 100% on educating the students as best they could, and that's what we need to be focused on. So if we can do things to alleviate the safety concerns, our children would get a better education. And that's what I want. That's what we're here to do. That's what we need to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Sandoval, is that the end of speakers for this item?
Yes, it is.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Does anybody have questions or comments? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I just want to thank you for the presentation, Superintendent Kamick, and to extend my gratitude to staff. both at the top down to our teachers and our support staff who are working incredibly hard under very difficult circumstances to deliver a quality education to our students. I know this has been around the clock work for our staff, and we appreciate everything that you're doing to make this as smooth as it can possibly be, understanding the challenges that we're all facing. So thank you. Is there anything that you would like to address given the public comment that we've heard?
Thank you, President Jones. I appreciate the public comment. I acknowledge the concerns. I understand why they're being shared. I think for many individuals, they've reached out to me via email, and I've responded and tried to share with them our circumstance. We certainly accept all the feedback. We continue to reflect on how we can improve, how we can be more timely, how we can be more transparent. As a quick summary, and we can try and include this in our community message to going out tomorrow, what happens at the end of the day is we have a log where people are submitting the positive cases. We get those reported, and generally by the end of the night, we have the notices for close contacts out. The challenge that we run into right now, for an example, is when we receive a case today and the exposure date is back to the 14th. We want to be transparent and communicate that, but we recognize the significant time delay that's taken place between now and then, and we recognize the concern that creates. And as I mentioned, we'll continue to work with Alameda County Public Health to determine what's the best course of action to maintain our intentions of being very transparent, but also not adding undue stress. And we'll continue to reflect on how we can be more timely.
Right, thank you. And I think it's been very helpful to have at-home tests available in the community now. But one of the challenges, as you've mentioned now, is that those tests are being done outside of a system where we're supervising or have any control or have those results reported directly to us. So we really are relying on our community members when they're using at-home antigen tests to inform us of positive tests promptly, so that we can get those notifications out to our families in a way that makes sense given when exposures might have occurred.
Yes, and we have identified some issues internally with our system, and when we saw the increase in cases upon returning, that brought forward some issues that weren't as evident in the beginning of the process because the cases simply weren't in such great magnitude. And so we'll continue to look at what we can do better. I know our community's committed to doing the best they can, and most certainly our staff is as well, and we'll continue to put forward the best effort towards constant improvement.
Thank you. Trustee Campbell.
Those antigen at-home test kits, they're not as accurate as a PCR. So the recommendation is really, if you take one of those at-home tests, you are to, call your PCR primary care physician and get the recommendation from your primary care, or go to make an appointment at a health center or something like that, but to immediately go and seek a PCR test. Because the PCR is the most accurate test that you can get for those.
I understand that may be a general recommendation, but what we're hearing in the ACOE and ACPHD meetings is that they're relying on antigen tests now. Superintendent Kamek, can you clarify that?
Yeah, I think, Trustee Campbell, you're highlighting what has been historically the case, and especially even earlier this year, I believe we had guidance that said if you had an over-the-counter test show positive, you should get a confirmatory PCR test. Shortly after the surge of Omicron, Alameda County Public Health and ACOE advised us that we didn't need to send people for a confirmatory positive test on an antigen over-the-counter rapid test anymore. But that has been historically the case, and PCR absolutely is the most accurate. And it's one of the conflicts, I think, that is an added layer of the testing paradigm, so to speak, because an antigen over-the-counter test that's not as sensitive might show you as negative in a faster time, which coincides with the shorter quarantine, whereas the sensitivity of a PCR may continue to show you positive, where even though your symptoms are resolved, you may have to finish your full 10-day quarantine. So it is a challenge, and as President Dorsey highlighted, if we can get more of those rapid tests, we're certainly interested in doing that. We don't have access to those currently. If our additional vendor that we're trying to work with can provide those, we certainly would keep our doors open to that opportunity, or if the state decided to send more tests to districts across the state for use, we would be open to those. But those remain a difficult commodity to acquire for districts and for the general public.
Yeah, but now I was hearing this morning on the news that insurance companies are reimbursing for those rapid home kits now too. So you could check with your insurance company if you were to buy one and you wanted to get reimbursed from it. You could actually get that. It's interesting that you say, because I've been handing out quite a few. They're like gold at the testing sites that I manage, and our instructions from our chief medical officer has been to have them contact their primary care physician, and to then recommend that they come back to one of the testing sites to get one. So I'll have to make sure that I have the right script so that I'm telling people the correct information.
Yeah, and it may be a circumstance, Trustee Campbell, where they're giving us a little bit different advice for the school setting. For example, the school setting is what allows for a modified quarantine for students that isn't allowed in the general public setting. So that may be one of the differences as well.
Yes, Trustee Prasad.
So just to re-emphasize what you said, Superintendent Kamek, that when the staff knows about a positive case, then the notification goes out the same day, right? And the notification may have a date of 2 weeks ago because you just found out today. Mm-hmm. And that's the cause of confusion. We got so many emails and you've responded to those. But from our side, we are responsive and we are reporting the same day.
That's correct. And as I said, when we first came back from winter break, there were a few things that we had to adjust to get caught up, and some of those delays were rightfully on our shoulders. But after a few days of returning from break and addressing those systems issues, we've been able to really turn around the notification within 24 hours of receiving it. But that it is all relative to when we receive it. And I know everybody's doing the best they can, and I rightfully understand why staff, parents, students are concerned about the gap in the days, and we've been working to try and resolve those and work with the sites, work with everybody we can to get those dates as pointed and on time as possible.
Yes, I mean, I appreciate all the hard work that goes behind it, given the guidance from that you are getting is also very dynamic and you have to be adjusting. So thank you.
Right. Any other comments from the board?
My question is, let's say a school site would publish letters to parents. Can they summarize today's case and then send an email in one email instead of sending several emails?
So the way it works right now is we send one general notice to our district staff, which outlines every school site that we were notified of a case, and that notice also includes the date range. And for each school site that has a case, for example, if Washington High School had a case today, we have the identification of that individual. If it's a student, for example, we would pull all of the courses where that student attended. And we also, on the form that we collect, ask the school site to identify if they were involved in any other activities. We gather that information. We pull the rosters of those classes or that club or activity that they might be involved with. And generally within that same night or within 24 hours, we're sending a letter to those individual families saying, you've been identified as a close contact because you were in a classroom with someone who tested positive. And so that notice is happening regularly from us. Mm-hmm. It is possible that a school site could send a letter themselves. I don't know that it would necessarily change the timing other than maybe by a few hours. But I would also caution that our school site staff is also picking up a remarkable lift in work from receiving all the calls from individual families and our staff that are notifying them and that are positive, and then also working with them to track and obtain the proper return timeline. And so our school site staff is already taxed greatly. Everybody is short-staffed. And so we can look at a school site notice, but we also have to maintain a district-wide notice because there are guidelines for Alameda County Public Health that require a certain response and notification. There are also requirements under Cal OSHA that Fremont Unified School District as the employer has to follow. And so we still need a centralized location for all of that collection, and we want to be cautious of a duplication of efforts.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Will you be staying there for the next item? Okay, we're moving on to item 14.2, the School Resource Officer Program Biannual Reporting. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Jones. And I don't have my full computer in front of me, so Ms. Sandoval, if you can just confirm for me. We do have some guests joining us for this presentation, and they're coming in via Zoom. We have Chief Washington joining us, Captain John Harnett joining us, and Sergeant Calvin Tang joining us. Are they all on the call?
Yes, I can see that Sergeant Tang is on and Chief Washington is on, presently on remote.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the representatives from the police department joining us for this presentation. I'm going to go through a few slides and have some comments for our trustees, and then Sergeant Tang is going to review much of the data as well. So I would like to just set some context for the presentation. As we look at the overview, the initial focus from my lens has been about progress and improvement. Where have we been with the SRO program and where are we going? And this is a snapshot in time. This is one step down a path of continued progress. I've received communication from members of the community, some who may be here to speak with us tonight in public comment, outlining questions or concerns regarding the presentation or the report. And I do want to highlight that this is a step towards continued progress. I recognize that it is not perfection, but we continue to maintain our commitment to improving the program like we would for all programs. The purpose tonight is increased data points to measure program impact and outcomes. This is our first year with tracking some of this data and reporting it in the way that we are. This is the mid-year check-in, which is outlined in our SRO MOU and our FUSD handbook. What we'll be looking at is our personnel, training, data overview. As a highlight, the data covers the first day of school until the last day before winter break, December 22nd. Looking at next steps, we have a July check-in, and then additionally outlined in the MOU and the FUSD handbook is an annual report, which will include more comprehensive and in-depth review of our program and data analysis. When we look at the staffing, training, and professional development, you can see on the slide in front of you the officers assigned to each attendance area, and thus the comprehensive high school, as well as Officer Burns at Robertson High School. One of the areas of discussion previously, both through the SRO task force and earlier this year, was FUSD's ability to either have unilateral control, which we have stated is not within our necessary purview, but to at least have a participation role or advisory role in the selection process. And earlier this summer, this year, we had an FUSD administrator who was invited to and participated in the selection of SRO team members as part of that effort with the Fremont Police Department. We appreciate their extension of collaboration on that. And again, frequent check-ins with our administration, both with myself and with Director Bailey. We have regular conversations with Sergeant Tang and regular collaboration and communication. As we look at staffing, training, and professional development at the beginning of the year, again, the beginning of us making changes towards our SRO program and improvements, we held an administrator training in October with legal counsel from Dennis, Walliver, and Kelly, focused on student discipline and student rights and protecting student rights at school. That was for all of our principals. We also had restorative justice training in the beginning of the year, which was part of our administration and our SROs. And as was outlined in prior feedback from the board, the direction to seek additional consultation with community groups through the work of the police department and in collaboration with the police department, we were able to get input from the Hayward South Alameda County NAACP group, as well as input from a juvenile justice group, Evident Change. That doesn't mean that the outreach for continued feedback is concluded forever. This is just, again, progress and improvement, and these are two of the groups that we've sought feedback from thus far. Looking at slide 5, we start to begin seeing the training and professional development, and I'm going to ask Sergeant Tang to begin presenting some of the information on the next few slides. Sergeant Tang?
Hi, good evening, everyone, and thank you to the superintendent for allowing us to report on some numbers tonight. First off, I would like to apologize for my absence to be in person. I'm actually recovering from COVID myself, so I'm using this opportunity to follow the guidelines and quarantine and isolate. However, this meeting and being able to provide these numbers to you were important, and it's based on just ownership of the program and the dedication and representing my team and the officers in the department that represent the good work that we do. In terms of where we'd like to start, I'm going to first share my screen. So a big part of what we wanted to do was first redefine or revamp and modernize the type of training that our officers participate in. So in terms of the training began before the school year even started. So our school resource officer team typically attends the NASRO conference, which is an annual conference for the National Association of School Resource Officers. Our team attended this summer and accumulated about 27 hours of training. And these are in breakout groups, in classes, when we talking about active shooter situations, talking about the mental health of students as they return to in-person learning from a year and a half of COVID, to things like legal updates as well. So approximately 27 hours of training was had at the annual conference. Before the school year, we made it a point to focus our team on additional training. Along with internal training that we held at the department, we also began to mandate our officers to participate in joint training with district personnel, specifically teachers and counselors. Some of the things that our SROs participated in within their campuses were training with the counselors, but topics such as restorative justice. So that's something that I know has been a hot button topic, and something that as a 21st century police agency, and specifically one trying to embody the contemporary standards that we're trying to impart in our SRO program, it was imperative that I had my officers participate in that restorative justice training. Along with, this is just a small snippet of some of the classes that our SROs attended. Sorry about the initial slide, but along with the idea of contemporary topics like active shooter and school safety, some of the things that were super important to also convey to the team was, once again, something that we talked about. I know the chief and I spoke about it extensively in our November meeting, the recognition that our officers have regarding just teen development and adolescent development, and getting that training about the neuroscience behind it, and starting to understand those contemporary fundamentals is important in terms of how we provide service to our students and to the community themselves. Along with the training that we had with neuroscience, one of the things that aren't listed here in the training includes our partnership with the DA's office. So prior to the school year, we met with the DA and talked about restorative justice. We talked about the diversion program. We talked about ways of enhancing what we do every day when working at the schools. Patty, can we go to the next slide, please? Actually, I think I have this control of the screen here. So I think this is what the community and the board and school officials are most interested in looking at, which are the mid-year data points. And so this is data from the beginning of the school year, August 18th to December 22nd. So when we talk about the data points here, I want to make a distinction between two things. Some of the feedback that we received regarding the SRO program was that it was unclear about what we do on a daily basis. So before we started the year, what we did was we worked with Director Bailey, who's the Director of Student Support Services, and he provided a metric in terms of what the board expectation was, along with the district, in terms of how we were reporting basically our daily practices. These numbers that I'm going to provide you are separate, and I want to make that very clear, are separate than the total number of criminal investigations and investigations that the team has conducted since the beginning of the year. So I want to make that very clear. So the numbers that we're providing are the memorialized interactions that the officers have had while on campus on a day-to-day basis. So I want to also talk about the origin of where these numbers come from. So one of the biggest changes that we've seen within our unit is our level of transparency and our level of accountability in terms of officers documenting and memorializing all of their extensive interaction with students. So that has never been done before. So officers would conduct themselves and go throughout the day, and they would finish their day. Now, the expectation is that if there is an extended contact, either positive or negative with a student, that they document it basically in a journal, and that where it's memorialized in our CAD system, which is our computer assisted dispatch system. So it's forever memorialized about what we do. So the numbers that I'm going to be providing you are based on 437 documented interactions that the officers have had with the students, with the community, or with faculty. So the first data point, and the first metric that was assigned to us was the number and nature of resource referrals made by the SRO to other support services. In the 437 memorialized interactions that were had on campus, SROs are a wealth of knowledge, and they know when to refer students to resources that can better serve them. So in the 437 interactions that the officers have had, almost 10%, 9.38% of the time, they've also recommended or directed that student to additional resources. With the 437 interactions, 20 incidents were resolved without arrest, admonishment, or reprimand. And I think this one is a little bit, it's unclear in terms of what the metric is, but I want to provide context on what that means. So in the interactions that the officers have, they only provide admonishment or reprimand a student 4.57% of the time. And when I say admonish and reprimand, I wanted to go to the log here that I have of basically 30 plus pages of journal entries from the officers. And in terms of a typical admonish or reprimand, This could be where a student was in the office because they were being inappropriate with a teacher. The SRO went and mentored the student and thought of alternative ways to be positive in the classroom. So that's kind of what we are documenting in terms of that admonish or reprimand category. So this is where the SRO is able to help support and promote good behavior and model that good behavior for the student in those situations. The next data point talks about notices to appear or citations that are issued. So in terms of, I think oftentimes we look at policing and we simply look at arrests, right? However, during the first half of this school year, only 4 notice to appears or citations were issued. And I'm going to give you a quick summary on what those 4 have been. The first, a student was found in possession of controlled substances and materials that were packaged for distribution. In fact, there were almost 50 grams of marijuana in that case, and it was sealed up in individual bags, and this student received a notice to appear. In the second incident, there was a fight between students off campus, and the prosecution was desired by the victim. In a third case, there was the robbery of a student at a local park, and he was robbed of personal items. This was not done with a weapon or a firearm. This was a robbery by force. And then the fourth incident in which we issued a notice to appear was regards to an assault of a student where the victim desired prosecution. It's important to note that these 4 notice to appears don't include the critical incident that occurred at Kennedy High in September. That this number does not reflect that, because while the investigation was primarily conducted by the school resource officers in terms of making the scene safe and locating the student that was involved in that incident in which a student was cut with a knife or a sharp object, the case was turned over to our detective bureau. So ultimately, the prosecution of said case was not conducted by the SROs, merely us facilitating and making sure that the situation was safe. Looking at the 4 notice to appears that were issued this school year, all 4 cases, were submitted or forwarded to diversion. So in lieu of forwarding the matter to juvenile justice, specifically probation, it was the recommendation from the school resource officer and then seconded by myself to direct that student over to diversion services and get them assistance that way, as opposed to forwarding it to probation. The next metric is in regards to detentions and stop data. So this one is a little bit more involved in terms of it requires a little bit more explanation. So RIPA, which is the Racial Identity Profiling Act of 2015, mandates police agencies and officers to document detentions and stops, and then also submit information like the gender, the race of an individual, and those numbers are submitted to the Department of Justice. That mandate, that law did not apply to the city of Fremont, the Fremont Police Department, until January 1st of 2022. So we don't have any stop data because that was not required of us until the first of this year. In terms of the next page, incidents requiring additional police resources. SROs requested for additional patrol resources less than, not even barely 1% of the time. And what this means is, it does not mean that these, this category, at least our interpretation of what this means, is where the SRO is calling additional patrol resources to come to the school to help them. In most circumstances, the SROs, if they do need assistance, will call an additional SRO who's trained in working in the schools to come to the campus to assist them. The reason for this is twofold. One is to mitigate or minimize the total police presence that is present on a school campus. And secondly, SROs have more extensive training working with students in schools. This is a figure, the next figure is involving school presentations or community presentations given. Since the start of the school year and right before winter break, we've conducted 51 school presentations. For myself and Officer Candler, who is the school resource officer at American High School, we primarily conduct the Run, Hide, Fight, which is the training that we provide to schools in response to active shooters. We've done 5150 training to counselors. And I'd like to highlight Officer Guilfoy out of Washington High School, who is in the classrooms pretty much every week. And he is a skilled cook and a culinary genius. So he is actually in the classroom helping kids, preparing food, cooking with the kids pretty much on a weekly basis. So it is not unusual to see him there at the Washington campus. Further, our SROs are invited to come into the classrooms by teachers and where they do quick presentations on what community policing is. So, like I said, prior to the winter break, a total of 51 school presentations were conducted. As far as I know, there have been 0 SRO complaints that have been submitted to the Fremont Police Department, specifically our Office of Professional Standards, or commonly known as Internal Affairs. Complaints submitted to me as the unit supervisor, or complaints submitted to either the Director of Student Support Services or the Office of the Superintendent. There have been no complaints that have been, at least under my knowledge, have been forwarded over. This one also requires a little bit more explanation. Criminal incidents investigated, 28. This does not represent the total number of criminal investigations conducted by the SROs at the end of winter break. 28 criminal incidents investigated. What that means is that on a normal day-to-day, students, faculty will come into an SRO's office because a majority of our SROs have open door policies, and they may talk about a criminal matter or have follow-up questions on a criminal matter. A principal or a teacher might pose a question about a situation, whether or not it rises to the level of criminality. And this is where the SRO is providing that guidance and advice. The reason this figure is important, 28, which is 6.4% of the memorialized interactions, it's quite small, which means that the primary day-to-day operations of the SRO isn't involving conversations about criminal investigations or them looking at students as suspects or anything like that. It's quite minimal. In fact, it's quite the minority of the type of interactions that our SROs have. The next figure talks about crisis intervention responses. A majority of our school resource officers are certified in crisis intervention training. One of our SROs, including myself, are actually trained negotiators as well, or crisis negotiators as well. But in the normal day-to-day, 66 incidents where the SRO has been involved in helping to de-escalate conflict or mediate conflict between students, encourage a student who's having a bad day. It could be as simple as providing a face mask for a student who's freaking out because they forgot their face mask. These are the incidents where we capitalize on because it allows us to build that rapport with our communities, but then show the softer side about what we're here to do, which is, quite frankly, just to help our communities. And I think the last slide is for you, CJ.
Thank you very much, Sergeant. Just to wrap up our presentation, what are our next steps for the spring and the upcoming fall? I apologize that should say fall of 2023. Continuing to check in regularly with the SRO Sergeant and with our district administration, including Mr. Bailey. We'll provide another report in July to the Board of Education, similar to the current format as a check-in. And as I highlighted earlier, our annual report to the City of Fremont and to the Fremont Unified School District during a joint council meeting as outlined in our MOU and our handbook. Again, looking continually at how we can improve our practices, improve our program. I think what you heard tonight is a very clear commitment from the sergeant and from the police department to continue working to the betterment of the program and the betterment of our community. And I would just want to check and see real quickly, Ms. Sandoval, if Chief Washington has anything he would like to add before we conclude the presentation portion and turn it back to trustees.
He is remote. I don't see that he's responding. Chief Washington? There we go.
Good evening, everyone. Can you guys hear me okay? Calvin, I can see you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you okay, but we don't see you on video. It shows a black screen.
I don't see that it's responding.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me now? I'm sorry. There's a delay.
Yes, we can hear you. There you go.
There we go.
Okay, yes, I just wanted to thank Calvin and
Go ahead, Chief Washington.
Okay. Okay, there's a bit of delay now, so I'm going to go ahead and just start talking here. But I want to just thank everyone, the partnership that we've shared with the school district over these last months. I'm very proud of what we've accomplished together as a group. So it's been a partnership between the school district and the police department for the last several months that I think we've clearly demonstrated growth. Hearing the perspectives from our community, hearing the perspectives from our trustees was really important. It helped guide our decisions and perspectives. So we will continue to grow. We will continue to partner with everyone to ensure that we're delivering the highest level of professional service to our community and to our children, which are the most important. I think we all have a shared interest there. And so once again, I just want to reemphasize our ongoing commitment to this process. I truly believe that we are setting a positive trend in this area throughout the country. We've reached out to the national organization that oversees the school resource officers, and we had them come down and take a look at all of the progress that we've made. And they had a lot of positive things to say. In fact, they want us to share our story with other SRO programs out there. So I know we still have work to do, I know there's still a growth there for sure, but I don't think this is a step forward. I think this is a huge leap forward for this program and for our community. So with that, I just want to say thank you once again for your time today.
Thank you. Ms. Sandoval, are we due for a break for our captioner?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so I hate to do this to everybody and to Chief Washington and Sergeant Tang, we're going to have to take a break here, and I'm sorry to ask you to stay on with us so that when we resume, we can take public comment and board comment and have you here to answer questions, but we do need to take a break. So we're going to go ahead and adjourn here and resume at 8:51. Thank you so much. We'll be back shortly.
Pay no attention to it.
Welcome back. Before we move on to board discussion, we'll take public comment. Ms. Sandoval, how many speakers do we have for this item?
I have 5 speakers for this item.
Okay. With 5 speakers, everybody will have 3 minutes. Ms. Sandoval?
Okay, we will start off with Samantha Chang.
Speakers do we have for this item? No. So for our speakers who are joining remotely,
hello,
you'll
my name
need
is
to
Samantha Chang, and I'm an
turn
FUSD
off
alumni
your...
and current educator and the current chair of Blood Test Equity and Human Rights Committee. When the agenda for today's meeting stated that the biannual SRO report wouldn't be posted until earlier this week, I was concerned that the community would not have enough time to review the report in full. Fortunately, the report was only 9 slides long, including the cover. The downside of this brief report is that we're not able to take a closer look at any potentially alarming trends. As an educator, I know FUSD's triennial diagnostics well. The beauty of these diagnostics is that it really breaks down where my students are, and I'm able to adapt to meet them where they need to be met. When looking through the 8 slides of content this report provided, I was disappointed to see that there was a lack of demographics data and a breakdown of the nature of interactions the SROs had with the students. 5 years worth of data from the Office of Civil Rights shows that Black, Latina, and IDEA students are disproportionately referred to law enforcement. And so with this glaring inequity, this district must ensure that these populations are protected from any further disproportionate impact. FUSD deserves detailed reports from FPD, detail that was outlined in the SRO handbook, but was not delivered in the report presented. To quote, the SRO program, along with the school district administration, will establish and set biannual reporting in the month of January and July to report the data within each semester of the instructional year. Data reported and presented as part of this process will be made available to the public. The data points will include, but are not limited to, the number and nature of resource referrals made by the SROs to other support services, the number and nature of incidents resolved without arrest, admonishment, or reprimand, the number and nature of notices to appear or citations issued. This continues to go on, but the consistency among the expected data is that the nature of interactions between students and SROs are to be described in these biannual reports. In addition, the district should be keeping their own data to ensure that we know what is happening to our students and can readjust to prevent rather than to react. If I were to simply ask my students if they think if I were to simply ask my students what they think they deserve on their report cards, they would always tell me the best score. FUSD deserves accountability from a program that went 22 years without review. Without this accountability, any victims of this program, and we know that there have been victims, are dehumanized. To be quite frank, when reading this biannual report, I was really saddened because it felt like all of the community concern that was voiced last year went unheard. It felt like an attempt to state that if we simply do not acknowledge the problem, there is no problem, and that simply isn't the case. I ask that this board demand accountability from FPD and request a more detailed biannual report to be published for public review and to keep their own set of data. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine?
Hello, trustees. When reviewing the biannual report today, I would like to remind trustees that the sparse 9-slide PowerPoint must be reviewed of its contents and not just by your personal political feelings you may have. In this quote report, there are a couple concerning points. First, one slide states that SROs are giving 5150 trainings to counselors. As SROs are not mental health professionals, as I said continuously last year, I question if SROs are qualified to be giving this training, especially as they do not be receiving training on 5150s specifically themselves. As someone who has had firsthand trauma from a FUSD SRO giving a 5150, I asked board members to do their due diligence at SRO oversight on this item. Secondly, we still do not have hard numbers. Despite promises by both FPD and the board that this data would begin to collect demographic data to evaluate the program, it has either still not been collected or is not being released to the public. Additionally, there is still no complaint process. Superintendent Kamek verbally told us last year that people could personally email him, but this information is not available on FUSD's website, and it seemed to take multiple clicks before anyone could find anything referring to the SRO program on FPD's website. When it's impossible to submit a complaint, I find it slightly laughable that this report lauds having 0 complaints when you can't even submit one. I also want to point out that alongside a difficult to navigate complaint process, you can't really submit any feedback at all to this program, despite the last slide saying that they plan on incorporating feedback. As a community member and FUSD alum, I'd like to urge you to hold SROs accountable to FUSD at the level you hold your own employees accountable. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Amanda Wooding.
I'm up. Thank you. Hello, friends. I see this 6-month report, and I really hope the year-long one will be much more thorough in breaking things down by school site and other student demographics like race and SPED status, where disparities were a major area of criticism for the previous program. You'll remember that another criticism of the previous SRO program was that for 2 decades, it had no data and no measurable goals. So now you have incomplete data and an MOU that says you'll use the data to come up with the goals. Okay, sounds like bad evaluation, but it's better than before, like going from an F to a D, if not a slightly higher F. So I hope that in the discussion that follows, you'll tell us quantitatively how you're going to improve this program and how you're proving that it's working. So I look forward to that. And as for community outreach to other organizations, I would recommend API Equality Northern California, as they demographically do represent East, Southeast, and South Asians who make up the majority of the FUSD student body. They also represent an LGBTQ angle and work with a social justice framework. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.
Mike Chase. Mike Chase. Okay. I'll move on to the next. Jennifer Lick.
Hi, sorry, the juggling live stream and audio has been a little difficult. So hi, Jennifer Ulig, another teacher again, speaking on the SRO agenda item. So sorry I didn't have much of a comment prepared with the addition of this item so late. I'd like to echo what the previous speakers have said. I do remember what the speakers from last year said on this issue. So I hope you do too, with the concerns of our SRO programs over the years. And I hope that those things can be reevaluated. Oh, sorry, I don't know if you can hear me. So thank you for your time. And yeah, that's all for now.
Thank you.
Justin Valencia.
Good evening, trustees and district management. My name is Justin Valencia, and I'm a teacher at Horner. I was disappointed but not surprised to see that the report was uploaded on Monday as opposed to Friday with all the other materials. I really don't think that 2 days is enough time for the community to properly look at the report before the meeting. But fortunately, like Sam said, the report was short, so it didn't take too long. What is in the report is disappointing to say the least. FUSD deserves accountability from FPD, and this report simply doesn't provide that in any measurable way. For one, SROs are still being treated as if they're mental health professionals when that is evidently not the case. The report describes them as giving 5150 training to counselors, but given that counselors have more hands-on dealing with students' mental health, I know that I have relied on them a lot this year and I'm thankful for them. I would expect them to be the ones training the SROs and not the SROs training them. I also noticed that there was no training listed in the report of 5150 training to the SROs. So why are they training counselors on things they were not trained on themselves? That's concerning. The report made a point of highlighting the fact that the program received 0 complaints from the community. However, if you simply Google how to make a complaint against FUSD SROs, it links you to the complaint page for FUSD and then an informational page for FPD. The FUSD webpage gives you a list of how to file complaints against everyone you can think of except SROs. It is not explicitly listed. So how can we claim it's a success when it's not clear to people how to even file a complaint? And lastly, despite repeated criticism of the program's lack of measurable goals in the past, the current report still does not list any goals for this SRO program. The handbook had very generic goals such as boosting student self-esteem, but there's no clear link between the various numbers in this report and how they contribute to any of those goals meaningfully. Additionally, there's no guidance as to how this program will be evaluated or how the community can even give input on the program. You cannot hold the program accountable if there are no measures by which to hold them accountable for. I also think it's interesting touting the success of having an SRO, teach a cooking class. Great. You could pay for 2 full-time home ec teachers with 1 SRO salary, like full-time. So don't know why that's something we're bragging about. While this report may be a start to fix the long history of unaccountability of the SRO program, it's clearly lacking in many areas that would make it a program that's truly accountable to its community. I look forward to hearing discussion on this matter. Thank you for your time. And I would also want to say one more thing. I really hope we get a better definition of, and now I'm blanking out on the term, the meaningful connections. You know what I'm talking about. Sorry, I'm just totally blanking on the term. That's my bad. But hopefully we have terms for these interactions, memorialized interactions, because I have 150 of those every day. So I'm not sure how much in-depth is going into these interactions. Thank you. Sorry.
Marie Hughes.
Greetings. My name is Marie Hughes, and I am a parent of 2 FUSD alums and a member of the SRO Task Force. One of the findings of the task force was that the SRO program did not have measurable goals. As of today, this is still true. There are some vague goals in the MOU, but they aren't measurable. Therefore, it's hard to evaluate the 6-month report presented today to see if the program's goals are being met. In particular, we identified disproportionality when it came to special ed students, as well as Black, Latino, and Filipino students. Because no demographic data has been supplied in this report, it is impossible to see if there has been an improvement in this area. In addition, the report and MOU mention a commitment to revise the program based on feedback, which is good, but there's no description of how that feedback is to be collected and what the process is for evaluating it. I believe that the FUSD community deserves an SRO program that is continuously improved upon based on both stakeholder feedback and program data. And right now, I don't see that happening. I understand this is a preliminary report and that the full report covering the entire year will be delivered in July. I am hopeful that by bringing these issues up today, that these will be addressed in the full report, and so that we can tell how the program is actually doing and figure out what improvements need to be made. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sandoval, are there any other speakers?
I'll try the remote speaker once again. Mike Chase.
Report, and that the full report covering the entire year will be delivered in July. I am hopeful that by bringing these issues up today, that these will be addressed in the full report, and so that we can tell how the program is actually doing and figure out what improvements need to be made. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sandoval, are there any other speakers?
I'll try the remote speaker once again. Mike Chase.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
In July. I am hopeful that by bringing these issues up today.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
I hope you can hear me. I'm going to go ahead. I'm Mike Chase, a longtime resident and parent. I was interested in particular in the data that was presented by Sergeant Tang, and again, the lack of demographic data. So we know that the task force identified groups that are disproportionately affected by the SRO program. We need to gather data. How can we tell how we're doing if we don't have data that is speaking to the demographics of the disproportionately represented groups? I understand from Sergeant Tang that beginning January 1st of this year, they will be under 11 CCR 999.226, and Section 4 of that does talk about perceived race or ethnicity of the person stopped. So my question then would be, what percent of the 437 memorialized interactions would fall under that CCR section? That is, a stop is defined by the CCR. I think it may be a very small percentage. So that is not really an answer either to the need for this kind of data, which is what is needed as a first step before we can address this incredibly important issue, which basically is bias in the schools from the SRO officers. Thank you. That is
Okay, does that conclude public comment?
Yes, it does.
Ms. Sandoval? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Does the board have questions or comments? Trustee Zhang?
First, I want to thank our staff and the SRO team and to keep their promise and to deliver the report in time. By listening to the audience questions, I do want to ask, do we have a channel for the community, the students to report complaints? And that's one question. The other one is the community is asked for demographics of all this reported instance, but is this legal to report such data? That is my question.
Trustee Zhang, thank you. Great questions. I am happy to answer both of those. In terms of the ability to report a complaint, we can certainly add a landing spot on our website. We highlighted in our handbook that there were 2 email addresses that complaints could be sent to. One of them is the police department. One of them is my email address directly. We can make those more accessible on the website for that explicit purpose. I do receive a wide range of emails on a wide range of topics, some of them pertaining to complaints regarding programs personnel within the district, but we can make it more explicit for SROs moving forward. And we can highlight some of the documents that exist as well. In terms of the legality of presenting the demographic data, that'll be something that I'm sure we review with our council, and I would guess, I can't speak on behalf of the city, but I would guess the police department would review that with their council as well to make sure that when we provide that comprehensive report in the end of the year, that the information we're releasing keeps everybody compliant. And I believe we wrote the language of the handbook with that in mind, with the intention of providing that transparency and that data, but making sure we stay legally compliant as well. So I would anticipate that that's how we arrive at what is disclosed in the annual summary.
Trustee Zhang, do you have other questions?
No, I do not. No, I have a comment on that. So let's say the graphics data shows a certain race has a high percentage of police inquiry or report. So does that mean this race, a group of students from this particular race is being treated fairly? And I think that is the conclusion will not be so simple by those data. Just like, let's see, the student report card, a certain race students would usually fall behind of a certain other race group. Does that mean the school treat those race of students poorly? So I think even though we can collect those data, but then you have to really read behind the data what it really means. Not simply means that, okay, the percentage of data from one group means that those students are not being treated fairly by the police department. That is my comment.
Yes, Trustee Campbell.
I wanted to ask about the 5150 trainings as well, because that came up. That was a real big hot topic when we first started this. And what we had discovered that for many, many years, the SROs, well, we had social workers and that were doing the 5150. And then when we no longer had social workers, the police SROs were doing 5150s, and they've been doing that, and they've been trained to do that for many, many years. Is that correct? And then when we did the revisioning of the SRO program, it came up that they shouldn't be the only ones to be able to do the 5150s. So now they're training our staff to be able to do it, but the question is, even if as counselors, are they, because I don't know if the county allows counselors to be able to do the 5150s. That's why we had the social workers. And because there was only a list of certain positions that were able to do that. And counselors, I don't think were on the list.
Right. I would ask Sergeant Tang if Sergeant Tang may be able to join in on that response in terms of what is required through Alameda County for the purpose of a 5150 response. Sergeant Tang, are you able to respond to that?
And counselors, I don't think were on the list.
Right. I would ask Sergeant Tang if Sergeant Tang may be. Sergeant Tang, are you able to respond to that?
And counselors, I don't think were on the list.
Sure, absolutely. So just to clarify several things. In terms of 5150 training, that was at the request of the district to provide this training to the counselors. And this training isn't to authorize or allow counselors to conduct 5150s because we do have the legal authority as law enforcement officers to file an application for mental health evaluation. That training, which occurred, I believe, in October of this year, was to provide kind of a framework in terms of the resources that were available, which included our department's MET team, the county's health team, which is called CAT, but then also the authority that police officers have in providing assistance in these acute crisis situations. To give more background on that, since the start of the year to the start of winter break, there have been a total of 23 5150s, mental health evaluations that were completed. 16 were conducted by the SROs. 17 were conducted by the SROs, and 6 cases involved the participation of our county CAT team. So 17 conducted by our SROs and 6 conducted by our CAT team. So then the question is, well, why don't we use the CAT team all the time then? And I have an answer for that. Based on the conversations and based on the officer's initial approach to the scene and talking to the student, there are many situations where there is time is a huge factor. The severity or the level of acute crisis is so great that we need to get that student to proper health care. There are other situations where we have time on our side where we are able to see if CAT is available to come out. But it is important to highlight that CAT, even though we request them, it is based on their availability and then their respective call volume too. So the 5150s that the SROs conduct themselves, that they have conducted since the start of the year, are really based on the fact of that acute need based on time, because the student had mentioned a method of self-harm that if we did not deal with the situation immediately, that creates the potential where that student might commit further self-harm. So I just want to clarify that with Trustee Campbell. One is that the training in 5150s that we provide counselors is not an authorization for them to do 5150s. It is often, like one of the speakers had said, that counselors often get that first call. And then who do they immediately call is the administrator. And then the administrator calls the SRO. The SRO then makes a determination based on that level of acuity of whether or not there needs to be an immediate attention, or if there's an additional time where CAT can be of better assistance. So I hope that provides a little bit of context to 5150s. We do have partners. Our department has a MET team, and we've consulted with them, looking at my audit here 3 times so far this year on cases, on juvenile cases. Our MET team is a police officer along with a clinician from Washington Hospital, and it's a team that works within our department. Our team readily uses CAT when it's appropriate, but then there are acute cases where there is the necessity where the officer must place that application out of the welfare and the safety of the child. And I hope that answers that question.
Trustee Campbell, do you have any other questions?
No, actually, that was very good. Thank you so much. That's all I have right now. I think the other ones have been addressed.
Okay.
My other concerns have been addressed.
Yes, Trustee Prasad.
Thanks again, Sergeant Tang and Chief Washington, for getting this report out timely. Like some of the comments that have said, this data can be refined further, and one of the asks was to ensure that we don't have disproportionate impacts, right? And if there is, then we need to have proper explanation. So we should, as we go forward, we should be capturing that information and then reporting on them. Now, a couple of questions. So there were a lot of questions as we restarted this program about the role of SRO, and a couple of things that you mentioned here, Sergeant Tang, the admonishment, and you used an example of some student may have misbehaved with the teacher, and then you assisted the staff in admonishing the student. So this situation, and I want to brainstorm here, but is this a situation that required the SRO to be present, or did the district staff actually invite the SRO, or how could the district staff not handle it, and that's why the SRO was invited?
Right. I'd just like to say I had the same question, Trustee Prasad, because I think we specifically outlined in the MOU and in the handbook that SROs wouldn't be involved in general school disciplinary matters, and the example that was provided sounded like something that was a general school disciplinary matter, and it's unclear why an SRO would be involved in something like that to begin with. So it would be great to have a better understanding of that.
Thanks. I certainly can ask Sergeant Tang if there's more context to that example. He has I think the most intimate knowledge of maybe what some of those examples might be. And Sergeant Tang, I'm not sure if you can hear us or if there's going to be a brief delay, but maybe you can provide some additional context, as I know we have outlined in our documents and in the program that the SROs aren't to be doing the day-to-day disciplinary action. So what is the nature behind that interaction? And maybe Sergeant Tang can offer some context for us. There's more context to that example. Has intimate examples might be.
I appreciate the question, Trustee Prasad, regarding the admonition and reprimand. Let me first say that once again, the metrics were designed by the district in terms of what the wording is. And the way that we interpret admonish and reprimand in policing, I think is different from the way that the district is looking at it. So our interpretation, just looking at the day-to-day operations, and to use that example that you said where, and I said it earlier, where a student was being inappropriate and the SRO was asked to help coach that student. One, you have to understand that each of our SROs have pretty close and intimate relationships with that office staff in terms of helping to run and make the school operate normally and safely on a daily basis. When we're saying admonish and reprimand, and this is all noted in each of the officers' diaries and journals, and like I said, it is memorialized. And this is all mentoring. This isn't involving in terms of the issuance of discipline or consequences. This is where that officer can be that positive role model. So I think when we look at the term admonish and reprimand, I think our immediate visual is a person sitting down and a person standing up and wagging their finger, pointing and saying, "Don't do this, don't do this." I think that, and I welcome all the trustees and all the people who have a conception of our program meet our officers. Our officers are handpicked and selected for the main purposes of serving our youth. And what you will see is that, and I wish that I had my high school principals represented here tonight, is that the SRO is serving in the capacity as a coach, which is a cornerstone of what NASRO recommends and what our officers do. And I don't want us to think of that perception of, once again, that person standing up and yelling at a person, "Don't do it, do it again, don't do it again." It is quite the opposite, where the officer is helping to coach and provide that positive reinforcement to a student. So I think there is that misconception about what admonishment and reprimand is. I'd also like to say that in all the incidents where we have provided that type of mentoring and coaching, it has been provided to the district in terms of all of those interactions and the details. And like I said, it is also memorialized within our own police system in terms of some of the contacts that these officers have had with kids who have had a bad day, and where that officer is able to spend that time and provide that additional support for that student.
Sorry, Trustee Prasad, do you have other questions?
Just a comment on this. So Sergeant Tang, so I have a long history of working with SROs as a parent and part of the PTA before. So I appreciate all the work that you do, and I've seen the soft side of SROs, and that's the reason for my strong support. But in this particular situation, the reason I'm dwelling on this is that there have been a lot of community feedback that SROs may be overreaching their bounds and diving into things that where they don't belong. But in this situation, I understand the office staff is partnering with you to manage a situation, and that's why you are present in the office to take care of the situation. Is that a correct understanding?
He mentioned that they were asked to talk to the students.
Correct.
They don't just pick the students.
Okay, so I know with this delay, it's tough to have a conversation, so I don't have any other comments.
I would guess as a follow-up to that, if our office staff are asking SROs
yes,
to be
to answer your question, Trustee Prasad, yes, this is very much, I'm not a betting man, but I can say that overwhelmingly, these are initiated by the school staff asking for that support from the SRO. The officer is not standing in the main office looking for people to encounter to do this, but this is where we see ourselves very much as part of the community within our schools, within our respective schools, and this is where you have that partnership. Similarly to where I have a partnership with Director Bailey and Superintendent Kemick, the school administration has the relationship with the school resource officer where they can have that banter and basically collaborate together in helping a student who might be having a more difficult day, or even a student who has made some mistakes. The SROs have an edict, and they know that they are not involved in any school discipline and consequences. In fact, they call me on many situations in which we both are in the mutual agreement. It's like, we will steer clear. But for us to provide that support in any way to either the school, positively to the school, or to the student, we'll do it, because we feel it's important to build up a person even when they're having a terrible day.
I'd just like to, I appreciate that explanation. I think the concern that I have about that is that we have written into our handbook specifically that SROs won't be involved in general school disciplinary issues. And if we have staff members that are requesting SRO involvement in those issues, then that's something we need to address with our staff, because we have made clear in some of our documentation that won't be happening, that our staff will not be relying on SROs for general school disciplinary matters. And so we want to make sure that we're clear with everybody involved, if that's happening, that we look into why. And I think that's part of the reason why it's really important for us to get, more detailed data about the nature of some of these admonishments and reprimands. What are they about? And if they really are focused on school disciplinary matters that should be handled by district staff, that's the kind of data that we need so that we can evaluate the program moving forward. So Trustee Prasad, did you have any other questions? Anything else from my colleagues? I'd like to, first off, I'd like to thank Sergeant Tang and Chief Washington for being here. I know you all have been impacted by the Omicron surge and the impact to your staff, and I really appreciate you getting this data to us. And Sergeant Tang, I hope you have a speedy recovery, and appreciate you being here in this capacity when I know that's not particularly easy to handle this remotely, but it's important that you were here, and thank you. I share some of the concerns that were raised by some of the community members. I think that in our handbook, it says that the mid-year and annual report will contain certain things, and it sounds like, at least right now, that we're treating them differently. And if that's the case, that needs to be really clarified in the handbook. If this mid-year report is going to be less detailed than the end of the year report, that should be clear, because the way the handbook is written, it says that this report would include demographic data and some of the other data that it sounds like we're going to be getting later. So I'd just like there to be clarity. And as community members have said, one of the big problems that was raised by the SRO task force and the data that we saw before was about disproportionate impact. And so in order for us to evaluate, even in the interim, the program, that demographic data is really critical. If we don't have that, we can't see disproportionate impact and make meaningful changes. That's something that we really need, and I'm hoping to see. And going to some of the other comments, disproportionate impact itself, regardless of the reasons for it or the intention of the program, is what could result in an OCR complaint. So the disproportionate impact on its face is a problem that we need to address and we need to be tracking, so that I'm hoping that we can get that data definitely by the end of the year report, and I'm really hoping that in the future that can be provided in the mid-year as well. I think it's also important that we have more detail. I'm glad, Sergeant Tang, that you gave us the verbal data about the 5150s. I would love to see that as part of the official report, because that was one of the areas that was raised by the SRO task force, is how the SROs are involved in 5150s. So to have that data as part of the report would be really helpful. I remain just concerned that we still have an MOU that did not go through the process that is recommended by USDOJ and USDOE that we say we follow. And I know that MOU it's a 2-year MOU, and I would really like to see us revisit that sooner and go through the process that we say we followed to engage all of the community stakeholders. And I do agree with one of the community members who said that there are other community organizations that we should be engaged in, and both FUSD and FPD should work together to select what organizations we engage with, because I would definitely think it's important for us to have organizations that represent some of the groups who we've seen impacted disproportionately. So not just representatives from the NAACP, which fine organization, but we need representation for our Latinx students. We need representation for our Filipino students. We need representation for our special ed students to be part of that. And you know, part of that engagement also should involve our own community members. So I just want to remind us that we still have an MOU that didn't go through that process. I'm uncomfortable that it's a 2-year MOU, and I really think that we should consider bringing the MOU back to us next year, having gone through the process that would make it a more robust and community engaged process. I am very glad to hear about the training that our SROs have engaged in. I think that is very important and definitely change we were hoping to see. I'm glad that the data is being collected. You know, I think this is a work in progress as we have this the first time, so I think we're hearing now kind of how we would like to see that data coming to us in the future, but it is a great step that we're collecting and documenting interactions the way we are, so that is definitely also appreciated. I know I definitely have questions about slide 8 with the criminal incidents. I'm sorry, I don't have it pulled up right in front of me. And thank you. I want to make sure that, let's see, slide 8. With the 28 criminal incidents that are investigated, you know, when I see criminal incidents, that raises to a higher level for me, and I would definitely want more detail about those. What were the nature of those incidents? How many of those were the students given opportunities to have contact with an attorney? And if they weren't given access to an attorney, what was the reason that wasn't provided? So I think there's definitely additional data that we would like to see moving forward. And again, I would just like to thank you all for presenting what we have at this point. It's a step in the right direction, and I'm hoping that the collaboration continues for continued improvement. Oh, yeah, Trustee Sweeney.
Thank you very much, President Jones. I just wanted to add that one of the comments that was made for the past couple months, as well as tonight again, is the fantastic acceptance of the program by the high school principals and administration. So I think if we had some statements from them that would, from their perspective, show that the value that the SROs are bringing to the program, that might balance out where we want to be going with our future tasks and record keeping.
And just as a follow-up, one last thing occurred to me. I do agree that the process for filing a complaint needs to be clear. Earlier this week, when I went to the district website and tried to find any information about how to file a report or give input about the SRO program, I couldn't find it. So I think we definitely, it sounds like we're open to making that more clear on our website. So I'm hoping we can move forward with that, because it's certainly, I could not find any information about how to do that. And I know it's our intention to be able to collect that data, so we want to make it easy for people to find information about how to do that.
Thank you. I appreciate the feedback from the trustees. I think both from the school district side, Director Bailey and I can continue to collaborate on how to process that feedback, what action steps to take. We will continue to collaborate with the Fremont Police Department through Sergeant Tang and Chief Washington, and we'll continue to consult with our high school principals around the discussion points that were raised earlier. I do think there is a balance and a nuance there that I can speak to from my time as a site administrator, having an SRO at my site during that time, and also during my time as a school site administrator where I didn't have an SRO at my site. And it's a balance between building authentic relationships and in becoming a part of the fabric and the community of the school versus being in a position where you're only called upon in crisis. And how do you build those effective relationships to help avoid crisis situations? And we can continue to work with our high school principals, work with our SRO team to try and find the appropriate balance of having our SROs remain an important piece of the fabric of our school community and making sure that the day-to-day disciplinary actions are still driven by our site administrators. So we'll continue to provide guidance on that.
Yes, and I know this isn't an action item, and I may be the only trustee who feels this way, but I am wondering if anyone else is interested in having the MOU come back to us before the 2-year period is up for, I would like, because if we want something like that to happen, that doesn't happen overnight. We would want to give staff some direction that we would like to see that come to us sooner so that they can work on the process to make that happen.
Would this be something that we can do during calendaring?
Probably, yeah, that may be appropriate there, but I just wanted to throw that out.
Okay.
So, Sergeant Tang, Chief Washington, is there anything else that you would like to say before we move on to our next item? Okay, oh wait, I think I just saw.
I just want to be able to thank the board for taking the time to hear us out and for us to be able to present some numbers for them. I'm even more passionate by some of the feedback that has been provided tonight by the public, and I look forward to continuing to collaborate with the district and the trustees and the community in terms of continuing to improve our program. I am very lucky and very fortunate that we have very dedicated officers who choose to become school resource officers. These are not mandated assignments, and they select these assignments because they see value and want to help youth. So I'm very fortunate with that. But like I said, I take these meetings very constructively in ways that we can help improve and enhance our program. And I also want to thank my SROs and of course the chief for always continuing to support us.
And thank you, Calvin. I just want to say as well that I too appreciate all the comments from the community and the teachers who provided their perspective. I think this is a bigger conversation. Some of the assumptions that were made as far as how the data was collected and those type of things just need more context and explanation. So we'll do a better job of that. And again, I do think this is a huge step forward, and we are better today than we were last year, and we'll be better next year than we are today. So I can assure you that we will continue to push forward as we move on. And like I said, I really do respect and appreciate all of the comments that were made today, because I think we all have the mutual interest in providing the very best environment for our kids and staff. So with that, I say thank you all again, and appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. All right, we're going to move on to item 14.3, the budget update.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Pfeiffer. I'm the Associate Superintendent for the district. Thank you for the opportunity to present an update of the Governor's 22-23 proposed state budget and the impacts that it will, how it will benefit our district. As you may have been hearing in all the media, that the state is looking at at robust revenues with a surplus of $45.7 billion in fiscal year 22-23. And while there's a lot of positive economic indicators, we are still having to deal with COVID and the ramifications of all the new variants. Inflation has become a major issue, and it's risen to levels since 1982 of almost 7%, which is pretty alarming. And the possibility of the Federal Reserve responding to inflation with increasing interest rates. So although we have good financial forecasts for the state of California, there's still many things that are unknown and can have an impact on that. So how does the governor plan to spend that $45.7 billion? So he's divided this money in three different buckets. One, $20.6 billion of the 45.7 is for discretionary, $16.1 billion is for public education, and $9 billion for reserves and debt reductions. So our primary focus, of course, is on what's happening with education. How does he plan to spend that $16.1 billion on education? Well, he's setting aside $3.4 billion for expanded learning opportunity programs. This is programs that will provide services before or after school programs, and it's intended to extend the academic day from 6 hours to 9 hours. This is very different from ELOG, and from our understanding, this is a program that they hope to continue as a permanent program and is not optional for school districts. The district cannot opt not to offer an additional 3 hours of instruction or programs during the day. He's also set aside $3.3 billion for the 5.33% COLA to the local control funding formula, $650 million to universal access to school meals, $640 million for rebenching or recalculating to include transitional kindergarten and expansions in Proposition 98, $500 million to increase special education-based funding, $295 million to increase certain categorical programs such as special education by the 5.33% COLA, $3.1 billion in one-time to Prop 98 reserve, $2 billion in college and career pathways, and $1.5 billion to support electric buses, $1.3 billion in general fund one-time money to support school facility programs. So I'll go into some detail. So what does this increase of 5.33% COLA represent to the district, or at least an average for California schools, is about $587 per ADA for each of our students. The one-time, the guarantee, which is Proposition 98, since its passage has increased in over 426%, with the guarantee of reaching $102 billion for education being one of the highest that's reached in a long period of time. So we welcome those good news that Proposition 98 is going to be seeing these numbers of $101 billion as a total. Okay. I may have. Expand. There we go. Okay. So we have this, we've been talking about additional funding sources. We've been talking about additional money that school districts could be seeing, but at the same time, we're facing declining enrollment. So in the state of California, the overall decrease in enrollment is an average of 8.7%, with the Alameda County having an average of 6.3%. But if you look at other counties in the state like Los Angeles, Ventura, they're in the double digits. Their declining enrollment is much greater than ours. This is definitely something that we're feeling, that we're experiencing, and that we're watching closely. We've also heard a lot about the cliff, and the cliff for us is really the issue of declining enrollment. And you'll notice that at a state level, they're looking at decline of 160,000 students in 2021. But if you look all the way to 27, 28, you'll see that our enrollment is going to be 5.6 million students. So the decline, so the state as a whole will continue to decline. As we question ourselves, is the decline in our county due to COVID? Is it decline? Well, it's not a county thing. It's not a COVID thing. It seems to be a state thing that goes beyond what we expect COVID to impact our state of California. So it seems that the decline is going to be with us. It's going to be with us for a while, and we're also seeing that in our enrollment projections. So we have two impacts. All districts are, at least districts that are declining enrollment, are having two impacts. One is a declining enrollment. By declining in enrollment, we're declining in ADA, in average daily attendance. When we decline in average daily attendance, of course, we see a decline in our income. Well, because of COVID, our district, if you look historically at our ADA, our students like coming to our schools. I've been in multiple districts, and this district has an attendance of 98, almost 99%, which is like unheard of. For that many students to be in school, it's unheard of. COVID has had a tremendous impact, especially in our high schools, and we're looking at 94, 95% of our students coming to school. So we're going to have a double impact. One, decline in enrollment, and of the students that are actually here, even though they're enrolled, they're not coming to school due to COVID. So that's going to have a double impact for us. Now, the governor, this is the first time in my 21-year career that a problem such as declining enrollment is not just passed on to districts, because most of the problems that come from decisions made at the state level we have to address. This one, they're at least looking at a way to help us address the issue of declining enrollment. So right now, we have a provision to be held harmless that ends this fiscal year. So we're being funded at the 2019-2020 ADA. So being held harmless is great. However, starting next year, without any additional provisions, we would be subject to either next year's ADA or this year's ADA, whichever one's higher. Well, we're going to be in declining enrollment next year. This year is our declining enrollment was so high that it doesn't look very beneficial to us. So the proposal from the governor is to allow us to use a 3-year average. And that 3-year average, the good news of the 3-year average is that we will be allowed to use the numbers of our 2019-20 that were being held harmless as the first year, the second year, and the only year that will truly show our impact on declining enrollment will be this year. So that will definitely help us if this materializes. So we are hoping that it will. And as we advocate to our legislation and to our political representatives, we need to advocate for this to definitely take place. So, the other issues that we have is here we are in declining enrollment. When you're in declining enrollment, you want to have increased fund balances, your fund balance to be high, so that you can tackle the issues of declining enrollment, right? All that loss in revenue. But here we are with a requirement that school districts are not able to have more than 10% in their reserves. That is an issue because if you're planning for deficit spending because you're going to decline in enrollment, you can't exceed that 10%. So when these caps were put in place, school districts were told that they would never be triggered, that there's no way that the 3 different requirements that trigger this cap would ever be reached. We're reaching all 3 of them, and as of next year, the districts cannot exceed to have a greater than a 10% reserve. Districts that have more money, like basic aid districts, are not limited to the 10% reserve, but we are. So the expanded opportunity program, we had some questions from our board members, and I'm sure from the community, of what we can or cannot do in these programs. And one of the good news is that that the statutory languages does clarify that you can offer art, music programs, and incorporate enrichment programs, contract for services through this program. It not all has to be academic. It not all has to be a certificated employee. It can also be a classified employee. So that's going to help us as much as we can with implementing this program. School facility program will benefit us in a couple areas. We continue to submit forms to be reimbursed for projects that we already completed. I'd also give us an opportunity to apply for funding for transitional kinder as far as facilities are concerned. So this will have a benefit in our district. I want to talk a little bit about the legal requirement. So this is one where the governor wants to have universal TK start earlier, so younger children start in school, and that's great. Initially, his proposal was a requirement to have universal TK, but not funding associated with it. So two things that we need to have in order for this program to be self-sufficient. One of them is for the state to pay, regardless of what the child turns the age appropriate to be in that class, from the minute they're enrolled. So from the minute they're enrolled, we should receive full funding for these students. Right now, we don't. So we're hoping that that will be addressed. And the second part of transitional kinder is the requirement that you have one adult for every 10 to 12 students. So that means that for us to implement transitional kinder, we need to have 2 adults in the classroom. The governor's proposal is intending to address that second person. If that materializes, that's going to help us, because right now we're projecting an increase of 10 additional paraprofessionals to accommodate for this program next year and additional in the future. So if this funding comes in, if this materializes, that's going to help our general fund as well. Universal meals, there's another requirement that initially was sent to us as a requirement to provide 2 meals to our students. That was not necessarily fully funded, but it was a requirement. So with this proposal, the governor is planning to set money aside so that they can fund this requirement. So this will also, if materializes, will be very helpful to the district. So all of the areas where the governor's trying to spend money, so the good news is he didn't come up with a lot of new programs. Sometimes you have money, you have a lot of money, and you start coming up with all these new programs and new requirements, and education is really exhausted with having to deal with testing and contact tracing. We're now in the medical field instead of in the education field, that we didn't want any more initiatives from the governor, which thank God he didn't add any more. He did choose to put money into areas that are needed. Please keep in mind that while all this sounds like great news, it is great news, don't get me wrong. The issue is, will it stay the way he proposes is between now and May? And the likelihood is that there will be changes. There's lobbying, there's advocacy groups, there's us, that we want certain things, different things. So what it will end up being in May could be very different than this. So the caution is used while we're optimistic and we're very happy to see what he's doing. The caution is, let's wait to see if it's going to materialize. Other than that, I think that his proposal is on track. So what comes next, there's going to be committee hearings through the legislative budget process. We're waiting for the May revise in May, and then in June, we're hoping that the governor will sign the final budget, and we have to submit our budget to the County Office of Education before the state even has a finalized budget, but that's been the case since I've been in this, in my career. So other than that, that's the presentation, that's the update. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Ms. Sandoval, are there any speakers for this item?
There are none.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board. Are there any questions or comments from fellow trustees? thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to let folks know that certainly this is good. It's good to see a COLA that's 5.33%. It's good to see that COLA is being applied to other parts of the budget that typically either don't see a COLA or see a lower COLA than that. So it's nice to see that. I'm still very concerned that we see a 5.33% COLA when we have inflation that we know right now is outpacing that. So as great as this COLA is, when inflation is what it is, it's still going to be a struggle for us and for our employees to make this budget work. So I wanted to point that out, and I know that there are certain parts of our budget where we see cost increases that traditionally always outpace COLA by quite a bit. And I'm wondering if there are parts of our budget where we're anticipating that our expenses are going to be like that again, or are there areas where we know we're going to see more than a 5.33% increase in our costs?
You know, when we look at, for example, electricity, we know and we're hearing that we're going to see potentially double-digit increases in power of 11, 12, 13%. So one of the things that we have been doing is to anticipate some of these things that are happening, and that's why you see that our ending fund balances are higher than the 10%. Why? Because we know these things are coming, and we're generating the necessary savings to be able to accommodate those gaps that are taking place.
Okay. Thank you. So here, what I would like to share with the community is, as we hear these budgets that sound so good for education, it's not a time to sit on our laurels. It is still important that we continue with advocacy, because what we really need is funding that covers inflation and funding that allows us to, we know we have staff shortages. We need funding that will allow us to offer competitive wages so that we are able to hire those first-round draft picks, as President Dorsey mentioned. And that's hard to do when the COLA that we're getting doesn't match inflation. You know, we're treading water, and we need to be able to ramp up what we're doing here if we're going to attract people in a very, very competitive job market where there are labor shortages across the country. So this is a time to continue to call your legislators and be involved, because as good as this sounds, it's not good enough. We need more. And with that, and are there any? Yes, Trustee Prasad.
Couple of questions. Again, it's good to be at this place compared to last year when we started, or me and Trustee Zhang, it was all about cut, and how we were spiraling downwards and the county was trying to come in and things like that. So it's good to be in this position. Now, there's always, when there's good news, there's the bad news around it, and inflation is the big elephant in the room, and we have to, while the COLA is higher, we have to see how to still not go back into a precipice, right? So let's plan. We have to do our advocacy work to make sure the governor's decisions don't go the wrong way and more funds come our way as we go forward. A couple of questions on this extended learning opportunity program. There was one speaker during open communication. He talked about the inequity at certain schools where there's no after-school program. Could some support like that be part of this thing?
And I'm going to ask Assistant Superintendent Leticia, Mrs. Salinas, to help us respond, because she is working on a program to use these resources.
Yes, thank you. So that, speaking to what our Associate Superintendent was sharing about no new programs, but funding. So what we're looking at with this expanded learning opportunity monies is that building on what currently exists in our district, which is the ACES grants. It's a very small grant that our district receives for high-need schools to have after-school programming. These new funds will allow us as a district to expand district-wide, but there are some provisions. So going back to Blake Howe, I think that was the school that was highlighted. That would be a school where we could target some of these resources. I don't want to promise and start naming schools at this point because this is also part of the plan that we need to look at it through data, get community input, get certainly our board and our superintendent's direction. But these funds will be targeted at schools where students that are high needs, that are English learners, precisely what some of our speakers spoke to about the equity piece. So that is there. That is part of the planning. We have to have a plan that will come to the board before June 30th. And so that is some good news that we have. I do also want to share that we will also look at how do we continue to build on our partnerships with the city of Fremont that we currently have with our ACES grant, and perhaps have some other providers to support our work as well.
What does ACES stand for?
I knew you were going to ask me that. I can't remember right now, but it is essentially, it's a grant that's focused for after-school care. You heard about this reference to 9 hours, so it's from 3 after school, so from 3 to 6 p.m. And it's, if you've heard of the after-school Lights On program. So it's a safe place for students to stay for after-school support that's academic, that can also be fun and have science and have art and have some other components to it, because some folks are probably thinking that's a very long day for students as well. And so we currently have that at 3 of our elementary schools, and we serve about 80 to 90 kids at each of the sites. So it's a very small program. But building on that, the governor saw this recognition across the state of California that we needed to provide some more options for families.
After school education and safety. Is that it?
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, then the next question I have is, so you mentioned two, so in the list of governor's proposals, there are 2 one-time dollars, one about facilities, other one about electric buses. So would we be, how do we get access to that? Is that distributed to every district, or you have to write a grant proposal to get that?
We submit an application. Unfortunately, some of these, especially the electric buses, initially are targeted for school districts that are highly unduplicated count, so poor districts. Our district has been successful in applying for grants for electric buses, and we just recently were awarded a grant for 1 electric bus. So we will continue to apply, and we continue to have an interest in replacing old school buses with electric buses. We have the infrastructure, we have the charging stations, and we're adding more charging stations for more buses.
Right, and just to piggyback on that, with the governor's budget workshop that I attended last week, they specifically called out that the electric bus program was probably going to be a grant program that a district like Fremont wouldn't qualify for. So that's another thing to keep in mind when the community sees these allocations toward education for specific programs. Many times those programs are grant-based, and the qualifications to apply for those grants can be prohibitive to a district like Fremont, where we have comparatively fewer unduplicated students than districts, and that's often the marker that's used as being qualified to apply for grants. So that there's pots of these one-time funds that look really great, but when you realize that we don't qualify for them, we're not going to benefit from it. So it's just another thing to keep in mind.
The way that we've been successful is other entities like the Air Quality Board in this area is required or receives funding that promotes electric buses. So we have been able to qualify for those because they are required to put more electric buses on streets, right? So, and replace them. So any areas that are where they're not using the unduplicated count, the high poverty levels that then we qualify for, we do apply.
Okay, and then so follow-up question on that. So our unduplicated student count, some of those, the statistics were generated through the low income, the meal programs and all that. But now that we are required to give meals to everybody, are we still able to track that accurately, or are we going to miss out on counting properly?
We're still going to be able to, we're still required to provide meals to all of our students. For the unduplicated count, we still have to ask our parents to complete a supplemental form that then will help us continue to count, because the unduplicated count will be used for other areas, Title I, Title II, E-rate, and all of those other funding sources that rank our poverty levels. So while the students, and it's the unfortunate thing, right, because before we had meals for all of our students, we could ask our families to complete the forms because that's how they would be entitled to a no-cost meal. Well, now they don't need to complete the form, but we still need them to complete it so that we can track our unduplicated count and be able to qualify for other programs.
I mean, but most of those parents are usually working 2 jobs, 3 jobs to try to make ends meet. So
I understand.
what is the incentive for them to come out and try to fill that form?
So the form is been simplified, and we've made it part of the enrollment packet. So it happens automatically as they're completed their enrollment packet for the family. So it's not an extra form. It's not something they have to do additional. So that's our goal, because that just changed, right? So we got caught off this year, but we plan on implementing it next year, that we make it so as easy as we can for our parents to complete the form, for us to collect the data and be able to send that data to the state.
And through our community outreach programs, if we can do something to help in that process.
Exactly, because those are so that information's needed for services for Title I students, for Title II, E-rate, which is the technology grant. So yes.
Right. I mean, with the motivation, the main motivation out of the way, it is always hard for people to get people to respond.
Yeah.
So you'll have some data on how the unduplicated count changes after the.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So
we will be tracking that.
So we'll have to do some corrective action from there. Okay, that's all I have.
Any other questions or comments about the budget? Thank you, Ms. Pfeiffer. We're going to move on to, I'm sorry, Ms. Sandoval, when is our next break?
10:20.
Okay. We'll go ahead and start with 14.4, the E-log update. Mr. Superintendent, are we?
Thank you very much. We have Assistant Superintendent Salinas, who will begin a presentation related to our E-log expenditure plan.
It's minimized, Letty.
Thank you. This evening is an update on the Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant, the E-log, so distinct from the E-LOP. So it's, as you see, we're building on current work, and it's our expansion. So I wanted to provide an overview and an update. And the last time I provided an update was in September.
Can you click on the green button to expand?
Got it.
There you go.
So as a bit of background, I won't go into reading the slide, but as you remember, there are different areas that we provide, everywhere from integrating student support, professional development for staff, and working to accelerate the progress to close learning gaps. And this funding was all in recognition of what was titled as learning loss, or some of the loss that our students took in as part of working distance learning and not having the full access to the full program, or perhaps just areas of support for mental health, and certainly trying to accelerate the learning. This really affected all of our students across the board in all of California. So just some quick bullets. Some of the funding was used to extend instructional learning time, everywhere from having additional support teachers for intervention teachers at our elementary schools, materials and supplies, and also some of our assessment programs. And a reminder, these are one-time funds. And I also want to share, and I'll say later on in the slide deck, that due to COVID, there was actually an extension on these funds. So we will have one more year after this year to spend them. So I want to make sure that we're aware of that and for our community to know. Another area was around closing learning gaps, augmenting our library books and having our library techs take part in that, expanding link crew opportunities, and mentors and community liaisons to support students. Integrated student supports in the areas of additional counselors that really matched our LCAP funds, and we were able to do this district-wide, not just our schools that are high-need schools or Title I. So we were able to expand that work. Also, some of the social emotional learning curriculum and wellness center supports and expansions. Another area was in the area of credit deficiency and supporting our students, and that was our summer academies. We will have some updates for our board and our community, but just as a preview, we are definitely expanding this summer. If you recall, last summer it was fairly small because it was such a quick turnaround. We only focused on math. We are planning to have 5 sites for the elementary that will focus on math, language arts, writing, and also some science. And then additionally, we will have our junior high site that will also have an augmentation to mathematics. We are going to have some coaches that will be supporting students and our teachers. And of course, our regular program for special education expanded school year, and also our credit recovery program that will be in person this year. We also have some additional academic services for our students, and really it's for the wraparound around families and our workshops. So if some of you may have taken part and saw the work we were able to do with the Afghan refugee community, able to expand on some of the translation services. There's still an area of growth here for us in trying to get more workshops for our families, so more to come on this between now and the end of the school year. And then training for staff on addressing the needs of social emotional health. So if you recall that through Mr. Bailey's office, we were able to bring in some learning, 2 days of per diem pay for our staff to take part in this training. We had some teachers that were able to participate before school started. We are adding additional opportunities because it is also, we hear from our staff, it's a very busy time. There's a lot going on. So we want to have other opportunities for them. So we will have the program and the presentation again during spring break for our teachers, and then right after school gets out. So we're going to continue to do that. Also in the area of challenge success, you'll hear a little bit more about this at the retreat on Saturday. And then also restorative practices and PBIS and building on that support. So here's the new pieces. Here we have what's budgeted with the original plan and what's been spent, and also some encumbrances. So if you look at for the extended instructional learning time, we still have there the funding for the paras, and that funding is something that we will be working with our special education department. I believe it's this week, if not early next week, and also some of the training components. So out of that $4 million that has not yet been spent, approximately half of it is for our paras. We also have our after-school tutoring that's still continuing through the summer, and that's happening at our school sites. In terms of accelerating progress to close learning gaps, we have our mentor and liaison work in progress. Mr. Bailey has been working with, if you recall, our African American Parent Advisory Committee gave a report last year that it would be an area of focus to have some mentorship for our BSUs and for some of our students. So Mr. Bailey and some of our other staff and also parents from the PAC met with some groups around the city, the Tri-City area, and the Village Method is one of the organizations that will be partnering with us. So we will be bringing that contract forward in the coming month to provide some mentorship and support to our BSUs. So the money, you see that we're starting to spend more of it, but that's one of the areas that we're looking at. We have had some difficulties with hiring and contracting out work because, as has been shared probably all across the Bay Area, it's been very difficult to find folks for some of our areas of need. And so we will continue to look, but I am saying right now that I will be returning back to you in May with some progress and maybe some more direction for the remaining funds, because I don't anticipate spending all of this, but I just wanted to be able to give you this update this evening. In the area of integrated student supports, There is where we see a fairly significant amount of funds, and that is the cost of the textbook adoption for SEL K-12. So remember, our staff has been working through a very collaborative process that does take time, and so they're making some really good progress in that. So we anticipate that Ms. Kelly and her team will be bringing forward the proposal after the teachers have looked at it, and certainly we've had vetted the textbook adoption for SEL curriculum that will be coming to the board and to the community to give input on, and this is the funding that will be used to help to support that, along with some professional development as well. In the area of supplemental instructional and support strategies, we are moving pretty good in this area in terms of spending the funds. Where we have some gaps still is on the transportation to college visits. If you recall, we were looking at having some charter buses for schools to have students take trips to visit colleges. Right now, no one's traveling. We're not doing anything that's over and above in that area just for safety, but we anticipate either bringing this back to the board in May, and perhaps we can roll these funds for next year so that we can have students take these college trips. We also have academic services for students. This really speaks to partnering with some of our community-based organizations that has to continue, but this is the area where we anticipate doing more parent workshops. Was still an area that we need to work a little bit more on, because again, it's been the staffing with our community-based organizations that we're not able to fulfill that area. And then the last, and this is going to speak to the action we're going to come forward tonight for the board to take action on, and that's looking at this training component. We had allocated about $4 million in this area for the per diem pay for professional development. Given the many opportunities that we've had so far and also the projected opportunities, we don't anticipate using all of these funds this year. And so we also know that there is an area need as it relates to our textbook adoption process. And with one-time funds, this would be an area where as staff we're recommending that we transfer $3 million into the accelerating progress to close learning gaps for a textbook adoption, non-SEL. And what this would target would be the process that we're going through right now, which is the adoption of new core novels, the professional development that will be tied. So although I'm saying textbook adoptions, there was a huge component of professional development also tied to this, so paying teachers for their time to learn more about the adoption. And the other is in the area of elementary science. And so looking at the need for our students and for our teachers to have the most up-to-date textbooks to be able to fill this learning gap and to accelerate their learning, we see that as staff recommending the use of one-time funds to do it. With the remaining $400,000 for professional development will be enough to pay for the training that we have so far, planned for the spring break and the summer. We also anticipate setting aside more funding in the LCAP this year, and so we're going through that process as well. So if you recall, we've gotten a lot of plans before you, and I'm just starting to think about how do we get some kind of a matrix perhaps to share with the board. But recently, Ms. Kim Kelly came forward with a plan around educator effectiveness. And in the educator effectiveness, we were able to recoup some of the positions to fund that are currently in the LCAP. So we anticipate having some space within our LCAP to be able to apply more professional development. So it's kind of like a layered cake. And although, I have it in here, I'm just thinking there's probably going to be a way to bring a matrix forward for our board and our community to have a little bit more clarity on this. But the good news is that we do anticipate having enough professional development funds to continue with SEL training and also some of the training around the restorative practices and PBIS. And so this evening, the proposal that comes forward along with this update is to ask for action to redesignate $3 million to the area within the plan of accelerating progress to close learning gaps so that we can fulfill our textbook adoption. As a reminder, due to COVID, districts have been allowed to spend through the 22-23 school year. So I will be returning in May to give you an update on the current state of the state with these funds, and then have recommendations, but also seek direction on how to reallocate the remaining funds for final expending for the 22-23 school year. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, I'm looking at the clock, and I think we probably need to take a break now and come back for public comment and board discussion after the break. So we will go ahead and break until 10:35. welcome back. We're going to go ahead and get started. Ms. Sandoval, are there any speakers for this item?
I'm seeing none.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Does anybody have any questions, concerns about this? Yes, Trustee Prasad.
So we'll have some funds left over, right? So do these funds add to our general fund, or is this separate?
This is separate. They are restricted to adhere to what's in this plan, or in the buckets, I should say.
So it won't count towards our 10% cap that the governor wants to enforce on our general fund. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
So just the concern that I have about I appreciate the update. I think it's important that we keep on top of the ELOG funds, and knowing that some of the things that we had hoped to do with the funds because of staff shortages and other things are maybe not going to materialize. It's important that we keep on track. So I appreciate this. My concern about the ask that's coming to us tonight is that I'm looking at what the money is proposed to be transferred to, and I see things to pay for new core novels, and the supplemental core novels and the TK adoption. And I really think of the ELOG funds as funds meant to be used for response to COVID specifically. And when I'm looking at what I think of as routine textbook purchases or materials purchases, I have a concern that that's really not what the ELOG funds are for. So not that I think that those purchases are important. I want to make clear that I think we should do them. I have a concern that I don't think this is the appropriate fund to use. And when it comes to training, especially when it's restorative practices training, it is, I mean, I've said this before, the research is really clear that for that to be effective, the entire staff needs to be trained. So is the money that's left going to get every staff member trained in restorative practices if we transferred these funds away from that?
From that area of designation, no, but, or I should say, if you recall, we offer this as a voluntary option for our teachers with full per diem pay, and based on the attendance we had in the summer, this past summer, and then based on the two new opportunities coming forward, if the attendance goes the same way, the 400,000 should cover it.
So, and my concern, and maybe we need to work with our union president, because this kind of training is essential. We're seeing behavior problems that we have never seen before. And we need to make sure that our sites and our staff are equipped to do things that are more preventive focused and intervening early in behavioral issues. And that's what restorative practices are about. It is essential that all of our staff gets trained, or that won't be effective. That's just what the research shows. So we need some way to make sure that our entire staff gets this training. And I'm concerned that if we don't keep this money where it is, that won't happen. And so I'm concerned about putting these funds toward routine, what I think are routine book adoptions. And I'm really concerned about, we need a mechanism to ensure that training gets to all of our staffs. And without these funds, I'm concerned that we'll be hitting pockets of staff, but when you only have a few people at each site trained, it just doesn't have the impact that we want it to have. And it's really clear that our students need that, given the behavior issues that we're seeing. So I'm concerned, and at this point, I will these are important purchases, but I will be voting no on utilizing these funds for that. Yes, Trustee Campbell.
Okay, regarding restorative practices, in the past, when we wanted to implement that program, it was the school sort of volunteered and said, we want to bring this to our school. So are you suggesting that we make it mandatory that every school does restorative practices? And can we do that?
That, I think, was the intention of the board when we were initially planning for the ELOG funds. That's why we set aside such a significant amount of money for that, so that we could pay for 2 days of training for the entire staff, secondary staff, to get that training.
Yeah, but everybody's not. Anyway, because I thought we had a train-the-trainer model.
Well, I think that's what we'd had before, and that turns out not to be effective when it comes to restorative practices. We don't see, I don't think, unfortunately, I don't think the train-the-trainer model has had a great track record in Fremont. I don't think that there have been times when I have seen that it's got great intentions, but the training never actually rolls out past the people that have been trained. So the intention, at least my intention when we set aside these ELOG funds, was to make sure that every staff had the restorative practices training. I'm concerned with the fact that that didn't happen over the summer and we went into this school year, and I'm concerned that that contributed to the behavior problems that we're having and why we're seeing so many folks, why we're having suspensions go up, referrals for suspensions. I think if we had had that training happen, we might not be seeing some of what we're seeing now. So it's important that it move forward.
Superintendent was going to say something.
I just wanted to add a little bit of context there. I think the concerns you're mentioning, Trustee Jones, are certainly valid, and Trustee Campbell, as you're highlighting what is within our capacity or our control. Assistant Superintendent Larson, please feel free to correct me or add context if I don't have this correct in the FUTA language, or President Dorsey. But I believe one of the unique circumstances that we see is at the site level, FUTA has the capacity to select the topics for professional development each year. And that is a unique characteristic to Fremont. And with that, I think that presents many opportunities, but many circumstances where a unilateral rollout or mandate of a program would require a collective agreement from each school site across the district and some negotiations. So I think that's something that we need to keep in mind as we move forward. And certainly, Trustee Jones, as you're highlighting the intention of the ELOG dollars and where we're recommending that they be adjusted is a complex issue. One of the things that we're trying to do, many of us are familiar, as I'm sure you are, with the days and times where we got a specific funding from the state for textbook adoptions. And so many districts across the state, especially in the Bay Area, are looking to be as flexible as possible with the categorical dollars and consider where expenditures are permissible, and this would be considered a permissible expenditure, so that we can maximize the use of those restricted dollars to free up the unrestricted dollars. As President Dorsey spoke about earlier, we want to be as creative as we can be about our actions to recruit and retain the brightest and best employees for the district. And so I think what you see in this is a myriad of complexities that really center around trying to serve our students the best we can, trying to meet all the needs the best we can, and being as dynamic as we can be with the funding. But certainly, I appreciate your questions and your transparency for the concerns that you have. I think if we want to move forward, if that's the direction of the board for implementing restorative practices as a required training, we would need to enter into some further or different negotiations with FUTA about how we would ensure that
Sure, I agree. We probably need to do that, and I would love to engage FUDTA about that, but if we take this money out, that makes it harder for us to be able to follow through if we do get their agreement to have everybody. So I am not prepared at this point to utilize these funds differently. That's me.
Okay, what would the adoption be? What books or programs are you looking for?
So we have a list of materials for our, excuse me, our new core novels that we're going through that process of revitalizing our core novels, our supplemental novels, looking at TK curriculum, and then also our elementary science curriculum. That would also have professional development, time to pay teachers to participate and learn about that as well.
Okay.
The affected teachers.
Are the core novels, are they for secondary?
Yes, so that would be for our secondary schools.
Okay, and they would be, you're looking at incorporating more diversity in the?
Correct. So Kim Kelly and her team have been working with teachers throughout this year to start to do that work. And so they're coming to the end of that. And then what will come of it will be certainly the next phase with the board looking at it, community input, all of that, and then the purchasing, and then the professional development modules that would be tied to new novels that are going to be incorporated into their work, our English teachers' work.
Do we have another funding source for those for the core novels, other than this?
Yes, it would be our general fund.
Our general fund, yeah. Okay. Is that part of our equity initiative?
Yes, it certainly speaks to our equity work, absolutely. And it's part of our, I think what President Jones was saying, it's also part of our regular work where it's the novels that our teachers will be using, and the new novels we would purchase class sets.
Okay, okay. And then the other piece that you were telling me about, the ESL, tell me more about that.
Oh, the TK? Or
yes.
The TK. So for the transitional kinder program, looking at new curriculum and going through that process, we're also looking to add more TK classes for the incoming school year and making sure our teachers have the most up-to-date materials. And then in terms of elementary science, with the next generation science standards that have been here for a while, and we want to make sure our teachers and our students have that as well. And the area it would be focused on in the ELOG is the accelerating progress to close learning gaps.
Oh, yeah, accelerating progress, and how much do you, so it's in addition, you have some funds in there already? And
yes.
And how much is that?
So right now we don't have funds for those textbook areas right now. This $3 million would work towards fulfilling these three new areas. We already have some textbook money in the plan for the SEL curriculum, for the social emotional learning curriculum. That's TK-12. That textbook adoption process is also in progress.
And that's the 4.1?
Yes, that's the other bucket.
Okay, and then this would just be new money?
Moved from the area that it currently exists and moving it over.
Moving from,
moving from the training for school staff and moving it to accelerating progress to close learning gaps.
Okay, so you want the social and emotional piece. So that's the piece. So what would you do if we took that money from there and you have this social and emotional need that we felt that was really that the community has been talking about it where would you close that gap? Where would you get the money to close that gap?
So I'm not sure if I understand. So if you're saying the professional development money we had the money allocated at the beginning of the year, and we had, and I apologize, I don't have the numbers in front of me. We had X number of teachers that participated this past summer before school started. And so at 2 days of per diem pay, we were able to expend, I think it's close to $300,000. And then, but not all secondary teachers were trained because it was an optional wonderful PD, and those that can make it made it. We're now going to offer 2 more opportunities for teachers to take part in it. During spring break will be two per diem days to do it, and then right after school gets out, so that they'll do it outside of the school year. And with that, we're projecting that with the 400,000 we would leave in that area, we would fulfill that need. But to President Jones's point, it would not pay for all teachers to participate, because we don't anticipate, we're going by projections, that not everybody would take part in it. We do have other areas of professional development funds where we're supporting PBIS. There may be some other areas where we could look at those dollars. But at this point, the ask is to move the funds to the immediate need of the textbook adoption, which is currently projected to either be funded out of textbook monies or general fund.
Okay, so let me see if I can ask my question a different way. You initially had this $4.1 million in this category to train staff and to engage students in addressing social emotional health.
And I apologize, that money stays there. That's a different area. So the social emotional TK-12 adoption, we're not touching that. That is there, and that's in progress to be spent. If you go to the second, page 10, the slide of page 10, that's where, if you look at the area where it has training for school staff, the 4.1 million, we're saying to take out the 3 million, and then that's new adoption, those $3 million would go to the other adoption, the core novels, science, and TK.
Yeah,
so it would be another.
I know, I got that.
Oh,
okay. Okay, wait, hold on, time out, because I need to ask my question a different way.
Okay.
Because you keep telling me what I already know, and I'm missing something.
Yeah.
So my question is, you originally put $4.1 million in this category to address social emotional health.
Yes.
Correct? And
with
professional development.
And a textbook adoption.
Okay. And so now you're saying, and so you had a whole idea of how you were going to spend that $4 million.
We will be spending that money. That is on track, and the process is moving forward. It has not yet come to the board, but that's been a process that Kim Kelly and her team are working on with teachers.
But you're saying that you only spent $750.
Maybe I can help, right?
Wait, let me ask my own question, please, because it has to come through my brain. You said that you only spent $750,000 of that $4 million, correct? So that leaves you a balance, and that balance you want to take out and put in another category. Is that correct?
No. So we're talking. So there's 3 categories we're talking about. So the first category on page 9. Let's look at that. That is the category where I want to where we're projected to move the accelerating progress to close learning gaps. That's where we're saying we would put in $3 million to address the 3 areas of the textbook adoption: the core novels, the science, and the TK. There's no money there for that right now. And we're projecting, what we're proposing is to move the $3 million from the page 10, the training for school staff on strategies. That 4.1 million, we're saying move 3 million out of there.
Right.
To the accelerating progress.
Okay, I got that.
But if you look, oh, sorry.
Okay, I got that. I know that that's where you're moving it from.
Yes.
But here's my question. You already had a plan on how you were going to spend that $4 million on this category, correct?
In the professional development on page 10, yes.
Yes, okay. You already had a plan on how you wanted to spend that $4 million. And that was going to be on restorative practices okay. So now you're saying, I'm not going to do the restorative practices. I'm going to take that $3 million. I'm going to put it on textbook adoption in another category. So my question is, do you have, if you take that out, do you have another source to be able to do that restorative practices professional development?
not to the full, and that's what Trustee Jones, President Jones had said, so not to all staff, only to the remaining staff for the next 2 opportunities we have during spring break and the summer.
Okay. And how many staff is that?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, so it's just the projected numbers.
But it won't be every secondary staff member.
It'll be pretty close to it, but not
the original $4 million able to do every staff member?
Including, and also some elementaries as well.
And also some elementaries as well. Okay. Yes. Is there a reason why you feel like we shouldn't do that now?
It's not that we shouldn't do it now. It's that we would, as our superintendent was saying, we would need some other parameters to be able to mandate it. So right now it is not mandated. Although I will say thank you to Ms. Dorsey, who did help us to try to promote it last summer as well. And we did get some teachers that attended.
Okay. Thank you.
I've been waiting for a long time.
Yeah, Trustee Zhang.
Okay. Okay. The more we talk, the more I'm getting confused. First of all, let me clarify the question of $3 million. On your presentation, you will buy the textbook accelerating progress to closing learning gap. That's just basically you are going to adapt a new textbook, right? It's just we need to update textbook, period.
Yes.
Okay. Actually, I have a question. We have already invested $4 million on SEL, which are we going to open classes? You know, SEL. You said we're going to have a textbook, and on page 9, which page? SEL, cost of textbook adoption for SEL.
Yes, so that is the textbook adoption for SEL for TK through 12th grade.
So that's going to be conducted in a class, right? Social emotional learning.
Yes.
Okay. And so then I'm thinking, and then let's say based on the Trustee June's proposal, and if based on this plan, we're going to invest another $3 million for restorative practice. I feel like we are putting too much emphasis on this emotional well-being. I think I would like to have a balanced approach, because students will have heard they are stressed, they are anxious, because sometimes they are not learning well in the classroom, because some teacher cannot teach well, or maybe because during the COVID they are lacking of the in-person learning. So I think we need to hit this problem right at the core of sometimes increase a great teaching experience, great learning experience. That is, I think we need to actually give careful thoughts about where we're going to spend the money. I think they deserve another agenda. That's my thought on that.
Who deserves another agenda?
I mean, this one is like, let's say the $3 million, right? Are we going to put into a restorative practice, and whether it's going to be, am I wrong? Whether it's going to be effective? I mean, I want to know that.
If I may, I appreciate all the rich dialogue around the expenditure of these dollars. As I mentioned earlier, and one thing I would want to highlight is, absent a different agreement with FUTA on how we decide the topic of professional development, my concern is that these are restricted dollars with a specific timeline for expenditure. And so if we don't reach a different agreement on how we roll out a professional development topic, then we may run into a situation if we leave these funds as is where they're not expended. And I do believe that FUTA will work in good faith to reach an agreement, but the current practice, according to the contract, is that each site decides on their professional development topics. And so I'm reserved, or I want us to be cautious about leaving these restricted funds with a timeline in an area where we may not be able to guarantee their expenditure. In moving the dollars to support a permissible expense such as textbook adoptions, we can guarantee their expenditure, and we can continue to research additional ways to fund the professional development. But our projection right now is that the professional development can be covered with the remaining dollars, projecting the same participation rates we had earlier this year. And so I think that this is a great dialogue because it's about how do we maximize the use of these dollars, and we're all talking about a focused interest of students. And so that's a great thing. But whenever we have restricted dollars that have a timeline, I want to make sure we can maximize the chance that they're expended.
Trustee Sweeney.
Thank you, President Jones. I'm still confused. No. Question on NGSS. By providing the NGSS textbooks that have not been in the classroom for the past 3 years since that's not going to jeopardize the choice of those students who want to take a non-NGSS pathway, correct? We're not just offering solely NGSS by this textbook adoption. Would that be accurate?
So I'm not sure if I understand the question.
Right now, for high school students, there's 2 pathways they can choose.
Yeah, and this textbook adoption I'm talking about is for elementary.
Okay.
So this would only be for the
I don't
elementary
understand.
science.
It's elementary, is it TK to 5 or is it K to 6? No, I just wanted to get in because I felt so left out here. Thank you so much.
Yes,
so if we're clarifying that it's not for high school.
Yes,
then
we're not
I'm fine with
touching
that.
the pathways. This is
And
for elementary science.
I also want to echo the superintendent's comments strictly from the standpoint of there are other sources that we can go to for restorative practices, but there's timelines and details that have to be worked out. This is something that could be implemented across the entire district on many fronts, and these are resources that are not only desperately needed, but we'll have them for years. And I think we still need to do everything, but we have to be very cognizant of what dollars we're going to have available and what dollars we need to encumber, to allocate before we lose them.
I hear that. I am still very concerned that we had a $4 million budget to support SEL health. And we're taking $3 million of that and putting it toward regular textbook adoptions. And that does not seem appropriate to me when we know the need. We see the need our students have for SEL support. And I hear, we haven't, I don't know that we have engaged FUDTA to see if we can try to make this mandatory yet. If we had engaged them and they said absolutely no way, then we need to figure out how to spend these dollars elsewhere if we can't do it. But I don't know that that discussion has happened. So at this point tonight, I'm not prepared to give up on that idea. I would like to see us engage and see if we can make that happen before we gut this budget that was set aside for SEL purposes. So I'm maintaining my position, and I don't know if there's any other discussion to have or if somebody wanted to make a motion. Yes, Trustee Prasad.
So I see that for SEL we had 5.5 million on slide 9 and 4 million here. So the real question is, you take away the $3 million, if the participation rate suddenly goes up, where would we find the funding from, right? And there are more dollars that are coming in next year to us?
Not more dollars, but we would certainly look at our LCAP and some of the planning around the LCAP. I don't see $3 million in the LCAP for this, but there would definitely be more professional development dollars within the LCAP.
Okay. And Superintendent Kamek, you mentioned that using this for textbooks is a valid use of the money. Right?
Yes, it is a permissible expense of the dollars.
So given the current situation, so if suddenly there's a higher participation, then as long as we are willing to go find the dollars, then I'm okay to move this now so that we use the dollars in this stated timeline. But we don't take away the opportunity for professional development going forward. Okay, that's all I have.
Was that a motion?
Well, so I move to approve this.
Is there a second?
$3 million.
Okay, any other discussion?
I have a question. One other quick question. Thank you for indulging me. I swear I wasn't getting it. Is there a chance that all of these dollars won't be spent for the entire plan?
So I do anticipate that some of these dollars will not be spent in the other areas, and that's why in May I will return again, and per the board's direction at that point or before then, we can definitely that's the hope, to reprioritize at that point, because remember, we still have some more time to spend them.
Okay. And at that point, if there are some dollars that are left, can we, I'm just going to try to honor what, suggest, make a recommendation for what Trustee Jones was saying. If in May, when we come back and there are some dollars that are still there, but between now and May, we would have had an opportunity to engage with FUTA, then we could then say, we've engaged with FUTA, there's some dollars still on the table, we can take those and use them if they agree. Could that be an action plan?
I mean,
we can, yeah, if that's the board's direction, we can definitely do that. And we are coming back in May with what's left.
Right. But we would have had a chance then to engage with FUTA to see if they would be amenable to making restorative practices a mandatory for all of their teachers.
Yes, we'll be back in May for an update. We can reprioritize the expenditures then, and also between now and then, provided board direction related to negotiations, we can engage in some of those conversations. We have to take a look at the article, if it's sunshined or not. We sunshined a lot of articles, so I'm guessing it's likely open. And we'd be covered there to engage in that conversation.
Okay. Okay.
So we have a motion by Trustee Prasad, second by Trustee Sweeney. Student board member, how would you vote?
Yeah, I would want us to continue seeing if restorative practices are an option and take those $3 million and use them there. And as you said, continue with those negotiations.
So would that be a no vote on the motion
Yeah, it
then?
would be a no vote.
Okay. Ms. Sandoval? Okay.
It is open for your votes. Trustee Singh, I'm not recording your vote. Okay, the motion passes with 4 ayes. Trustees Singh, Prasad, Campbell, Sweeney voting yay. Trustee Jones voting nay.
Okay, we'll move on to 14.5, and I apologize, Ms. Sandoval, I didn't pass my ballot down. I'm not sure if the other trustees did for the Measure I Citizen Oversight Committee.
I have some. I am missing a couple.
Yeah, apparently. I meant to mention that before we went to break, and clearly I did not get those to you.
Ms. Sandoval, did any board members turn their ballot in early?
Yes, you did, Trustee Sweeney.
And thank you to those who did that in advance. I know that's the goal we need to have.
I have a blank one. Is that Trustee Prasad? Oh, yes. Prasad. And it looks like we have a unanimous vote for the Measure I Citizens Oversight Committee for Parent Guardian Member, Lily Troy. My apologies, Lily Toy.
Great. Thank you, Miss. And I didn't ask for public comment. I'm hoping
There is none.
Okay. I apologize about that. Okay, moving on to 14.6 to approve the first reading of Board Policy in AR 3301. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you very much. This is the first reading of this policy. As you can note in the background, what is being proposed is to increase from $10,000 to $25,360 the authority of the superintendent and the associate superintendent to enter into contracts and review enter into contracts, excuse me. And so the calculation that staff looked at in this process was to take a look at when the board policy was adopted, which was March 19 in 1986, and then the average inflation per year between then and now, and looking at the increase. And that's how we arrived at the calculation of $25,360. This is only the first reading. We'll be happy to answer any questions that the trustees may have and receive any feedback before bringing it back for a second reading.
Okay, Ms. Sandoval, are there any public speakers?
There is none.
Okay, Trustee Sweeney?
Thank you, President Jones. Just curious if the current policy that we have is holding back the superintendent and staff from doing your jobs. Are you running into lots of opportunities where this $10,000 limit is forcing you to move slower than you want to?
There are occasions where the $10,000 limit does restrict us. In other districts, the limit is $50,000, and that's a decision for each district. But $10,000 doesn't buy quite as much as it used to. And so there are times and places where a higher level of authority might lead to a more expeditious process.
Would the staff be open to making sure that the board is made aware of when the decisions come forward and what your decision is, so that there's an accounting for all these decisions?
Absolutely, and I believe Associate Superintendent Pfeiffer, if you can describe a little further, we would still be bringing those forward for as part of a public review and board document. It's just after the execution of the agreement.
It would be a ratification process.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Are there any other questions? The one question that I have, and I know this is moving us away from 10,000 to more than double that, which seems like a lot, except for when we learn that most districts our size have a limit of 50,000. Is the board, do we want to consider going above this 25,360 to be more in line with what other districts are doing? Is that something anybody would want to entertain?
I would rather keep it at this limit, see how it goes, and then bring it back after,
Okay.
if there's no problems.
Okay.
And also, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Is there a motion to approve this first reading?
Larry Sweeney will move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Trustee Sweeney, second by Trustee Prasad. Any further discussion? Okay, and I see our student board member has I understand he's gone home. So we'll bring it to the board for a vote. Ms. Sandoval?
Okay, here's the majority vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to 14.7 to ratify the change orders for Centerville. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you very much. I'll refer this item to our Associate Superintendent Pfeiffer, and I believe we have our Director, Kelly Lynch McMahon, with us as well.
Are there any questions from the board as for this item?
And just so, okay, we don't have a presentation. There's okay. Ms. Sandoval, is there any public speakers?
There are none.
Okay, back to the board. Yes, Trustee Prasad.
Well, so all of this is just part of the original agreement, right? We are not extending the budget in this situation
Correct.
at all. Okay, thanks.
And Trustee Sweeney?
Thank you, President Jones. And when this came to us before, a different one, we had asked for some dates just so we had an idea of how far back it went. Do you know what period of time this covers? Like, what's the earliest? Is it within the last 6 months or within the last year? And if you don't know, that's fine too.
You can click on it and see that some of them are from, that was my question too, Trustee Sweeney. I'm not trying to observe your time, but
Well, though you're not trying to, it appears that you have in
I
fact
have
done
done
that,
it,
so.
right. So this one says December the 14th, 2020. So that one's, it wasn't even 2021. That, so some of these are from 2020. So I don't know what that means.
Some of it is us getting up to speed. We've talked in prior meetings about the board's desire to have change orders come forward. And so as we move towards achieving that goal, we are bringing some from further back. And I anticipate that the more we do this, the less that will be the occurrence. But there is some catch up that will need to take place with that.
Okay.
And I guess we've all agreed that we are like bringing all this out into the open so it's transparent going forward, and that in the future, the higher ticket items will have to come to the board for approval unless they're an emergency, correct? Or, words to that effect. That's all, we're all in that agreement. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I have a question.
Sure. Trustee Campbell.
Have all of these been paid?
Not all of them have been paid because the scope of work is they bill according to a percentage, but once these are approved, then the work is then executed. And every month they submit their progress billing, and these items are identified, and based on the level of completion is based on the percentage of dollars that are paid against these items. But as superintendents have said, we are bringing this forward to you all for ratification and approval and inclusion in their contract. But as the work is completed, that is how these items are then paid.
Okay. Even though there's some from 2020, they haven't been paid or haven't been done?
Well, I don't have all my details in front of me, but if it dates as far back as 2020 and we had work that's been completed since that time, my assumption would be that it has been, but there are certain items like our elevators or our HVAC equipment that has special conditions. Those things, a lot of times we will have bills that come ahead to sort of procure those items, and then as they're installed in increments, they'll be paid out in full. But those are just certain circumstances, but smaller items, I'm sure that work has been completed and been accounted for.
Okay. Okay.
Any other questions?
I move to approve.
Trustee Prasad moves to approve. Is there a second? Second by Trustee Zhang. Any further discussion? Okay, Ms. Sandoval.
It is open for your votes. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, moving on to item 14.8, ratify change orders for Hopkins. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you very much. Not identical, but similar to our prior item. These are change orders. These are for Hopkins through Lathrop Construction, who was awarded the contract for Hopkins, and we are, I know, as the students and community are excited to see students return to Hopkins next fall and continue to see progress on that facility. Associate Superintendent Pfeiffer, is there any additional context, or Director Lynch McMahon?
Not at this time. We welcome questions from the board.
Okay. Ms. Sandoval, are there any public speakers?
There are none.
Okay. Yes, Trustee Sweeney.
Thank you, President Jones. Just as an aside, does it look like Hopkins will be able to return to that site next year? I know there's so many different things going on. It's a best guess with everything else, but Does it look like there's a good likelihood they will be able to return to that site?
We are currently tracking to do just as you have just stated. So we haven't had any changes at this point, but of course we will always notify you all if anything does come up. But right now, based on our best guesstimates and the progress that's going on, we are on track to do that for the fall.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. Any further comments, discussion?
One maybe side question. So how many such contracts do we need to go through before we would have cleared out all the backlog? And can we actually do all of that in one shot and be done?
You mean in regards to change orders?
Yeah, the change orders on projects. So, I mean, because we ask this question pretty much in every board meeting, why is this an old one coming to us, right? And so how many more do we need that we need to go through? And
In conversation with our Vanner, they're getting very close to being up to date with all of these revisions, and their goal, as well as our goal, is to get to the point where the ones that you're receiving are most current ones. So we're getting very, very close to being updated in the major contracts that we have, which are our modernization projects, the middle schools.
Okay.
Yes, Trustee Sweeney.
I'd like to make a comment about Vanner. No, I won't.
Would you like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Trustee Sweeney, second by Trustee Prasad. Any further discussion? Ms. Sandoval?
It is open for your votes. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, on to item 14.9, report from the liaison committee meeting. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you very much. We did have our regularly scheduled liaison committee meeting yesterday evening with the representatives from the city of Fremont, and we had 2 agenda items. We had the walk and roll and safe route to schools discussion, as well as a discussion regarding the city's crossing guard program. I would defer further comment to our trustee representatives, Trustee Campbell and Trustee Zhang.
She's looking at me. Okay, so we just had a couple of takeaways for both of these programs. One of the things that we were discovering and have been discovering with the rock and roll program, and I know you guys felt it the last time in October when we found out at the last minute that they were having a program and they didn't notify us. So it was a communication thing. So we're working really closely. We're trying to work really closely with them for them to communicate with us what the programs and when they're gonna happen. They have the Golden Sneakers project that's coming on 2/28 and to 3/11, and then they have the Bike to School Day. I forgot what day that's going to be. The Bike to School Day, and then of course they have the Walk and Roll to School Day that goes on in October. So they gave us an overview of the number of schools that were participating and the hope of getting more schools involved in the program. They are going to start sending Mrs. Sandoval the information on when these programs are going to be starting so that we can actually help with recruiting schools to be part of it, because each of us have our own attendance areas, and we could talk to our principals that we're assigned to. They're going to send information so that we can put it in the newsletter, in our superintendent's newsletter, and post on our social media to also help with this project. The other one was the crossing guards, and so we discovered that 22 of our sites have crossing guards, but 50% of them sometimes just don't show up. So they're having a real problem with crossing guards. And one of the things that was the challenge was that it's only like 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon. So you got this big gap all day. And it's, we were hoping that it was at least a minimum wage job. We don't know yet, but they're going to find out from us a couple of things. Because we told them we wanted to help them with recruiting. So we want to make sure that it's at least $15 an hour for this position, because we know that the city took a position that they wanted all of their employees, Fremont was a minimum wage city, and that employers had to pay at least the minimum wage. And then we can see if we can bump it up, if we could get people to want to come and do crossing guards. We suggested students. I used to be a crossing guard, paraeducators, parents, and also PTA, retirees. And again, they'll send the information to us so that we can put it in the FUSD newsletter, send out a message. And then we talked a little bit about how, improving the image of the crossing guards was going to be important, and give them some type of perks, make them feel special. Yeah, this is, you're holders of our student safety or something, right? And then Superintendent Kamek volunteered to go and crossing guard. Trustee Zhang volunteered. And then we volunteered all of y'all to go and be crossing guards. And the city council said they would go too. And so it was really, it was funny. But we are definitely looking to see how we can support them with that program, as well as with the Safe Routes to School program.
Trustee Zhang, did you have anything to add?
No, I do not. But I actually, I'm observing. I think Trustee Campbell takes such good notes. I need to learn from her. I'm saying.
Well, thank you. Are there any questions from the other trustees? Yes, Trustee Sweeney.
I believe a lot of our schools do have student crossing guards, but there has to be an adult present, correct? That's the law.
We do have some student volunteer programs. I believe they normally are just helping with students in and out. We generally try to keep the students away from the street for liability reasons. And one important clarification is that the crossing guard program, as it exists now, is a program run through the city. They contract with an agency. The crossing guards are employed through that process. It's not directly through the district. And the city requires, it's actually through the police department, and the city and the police department require a certain level of training for those crossing guards and certification before they take the position. So and another note is there are some schools, a few schools, I believe Mission San Jose High School was one of them that was mentioned, that has a strong parent volunteer coalition.
That's true.
That does help with the crossing guard process.
Mm-hmm.
Would a lot of the city employees be qualified to become crossing guards? I mean, they volunteered. Would we be able to get them to volunteer? Can we follow up on that and then push for the city employees, the city council members, and those other attendants who wanted to jump right in to jump in? I'd be in favor of that.
Oh, well, I don't know. That's true. So they are having some challenges with that program, and wanted to see if we could offer them some recommendations and suggestions on how to improve it. We reaffirmed the agenda items going for our next couple of meetings. We're going to do the revisit, reuse, reduce, recycle program, and see how we can partner with the city to be able to do that. And then again, be more into the Safe Routes to School program with the walk and roll project that's going to be coming up. And then I think that's it. That's all I have.
All right.
Actually, I do have a question. So I was surprised. I thought that maybe the communication is between the city manager or whoever is running the program and talking to superintendent. So
So, because we are not aware of this golden sneaker event in February.
Right.
So I'm like, how are we going to promote this program without even knowing? I mean, somebody must know, but I did not.
So I think we can identify a solution. One of the things that was identified last night, I don't know if it was called out explicitly, was there are representatives through the Safe Routes to School program and through the walk and roll program that are liaisons to the schools. And so their direct contact and their role through the county, through Alameda County, is to reach out and contact the school champion, whether that's the principal, whether it's a lead PTA representative or parent volunteer. So I think what's happening is the county level liaisons for these programs are communicating directly with the school sites. And so the school sites may be sending something out, but we're losing a direct opportunity to influence on a larger scale the messaging. So we just need to put a step in between there to make sure that as the school sites are being noticed, they're including the superintendent's office through our public information officer, and we can get that information out to our community, out on our website, our social media channels, and the schools can continue to advertise for their local program.
Okay, that's a missing link. That's a great, I think, this channel. This is the main channel. The other are small stream. So I think.
And I think it's important that we engage in that process, because I have been part of the walk and roll to school for a while, and it makes me nervous to see all these kids walking down the street and crossing over Fremont Boulevard. There's no crossing guard there, right? I mean, there's lights, but there's no crossing guards, and they're on their bikes, and then you got American High School right there, and people are driving in. And I think that if we message it from the district level, we cast a wider net, and we let parents and communities know that the students are going to be out there, and please be careful for the day, watch out for the kids, because, some people didn't even want to stop. They just want to keep going. So it's a safety concern. And again, there's no crossing guard, there's no police officers, there's no one out there to really support us in some of these, really major streets like Fremont Boulevard. You got Centerville down there, you got Thornton down there. So those are some, it's a real safety concern. And we can help frame that message.
I think we're getting off track from the report and from having a board discussion.
Okay. This is a part of we talked about social media. Okay, never mind, bye.
Okay, so I think we're moving on from this item. Thank you for the update. It sounds like a good meeting. We're going to move on to item 16, student expulsions, to 16.1, the student expulsion with the ending number 5101.
Okay. So I would make a motion to adopt the staff's recommendation for the expulsion of the student number 2021-220-5101.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion by trustee Zhang, second by trustee Campbell. Is there any board discussion? Okay, Ms. Sandoval?
It is open for your votes. That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, moving to the second with the student expulsion ending in 5201.
I would make a motion to adopt the staff's recommendation for suspending the expulsion of the student number 2021-220-5201 and place at Washington High School.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by trustee Zhang, second by trustee Campbell. Any discussion? Okay, Ms. Sandoval?
And I'm sorry, that was placement at Washington?
Washington.
Placement at Sorry, can you read the motions to me again? Who motioned to first? Zhang
Trustee
and
Zhang, second by Trustee Campbell, to
Campbell,
accept
thank
staff's recommendation with placement at Washington.
And your ears were not deceiving you. It did sound like there were two people making that motion.
It's open for your votes. The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, moving on to 17, we're gonna skip 17.1 board reports given the hour and our prior practice and move on to 17.2. Calendaring. Are there any items that trustees would like to see calendared or ask for? Yes, Trustee Campbell.
Okay, I think I heard two things tonight. One was this before and after school program for Blake Howe. Initially, I was thinking, could we put out to bid for a program for them, for that school, to see if any after-school programs wanted to go to that campus? But then we talked about that program that we have, that might be a site in which we could do that. Maybe if we could, get an update of whether or not we could do that for Blake Howe.
Can I make a quick question? Was Blake Howe one of the schools that the provider abandoned earlier this year? So there is a facility, but the provider who we're contracted with abandoned the site.
Oh, no.
Yeah, there were a few, but that was one of them.
Yeah, YMCA left that site. I don't know if on the facility side where that stands.
Yeah, I don't know if they took it, but it was due to, yeah, they left.
If we could get an update on that, that would be nice. Then I heard Vallejo Mill has not had a science. They don't have any science.
We can provide a board an update on that situation as well.
Okay. If they don't, can we get them some, combustibles or something that they can use? I don't know.
You don't mean combustibles.
Consumables. Right. I'm sorry.
I just want the record to show I'm against giving the children combustibles for a science project.
Some consumables or something. Because they did mention something like science kits. Okay, all right. Well, I don't know what that was the wrong one. Oh, and then I know it's late. And then I don't know, with the Williamsons complaint on corner about the air conditioning and the heat.
We can provide a status update on the Williams complaints.
Okay, thank you.
Is there? Yes, Trustee Zhang.
And, this is the second time I heard parents talking about to provide a shelter for the seating area during lunchtime. So I think it's very urgent, and can we do something about it? I would like to see the progress at the next board meeting, and some tangible plans. I would like to see that we provide them something before the year end. I mean, I'm just thinking, is that difficult? You put some stick, you put something, and then provide a shield,
Yes, we can continue to provide an update to the board if the board would like to, through the calendaring process, ask us to formally agendize that progress. We can. There are many considerations in this subject, to just name a few. One is, if it's a temporary structure, then it doesn't require the same DSA approval, and it's obviously something we can implement much faster. But that then requires that temporary structure to be taken in, reset up each day possibly. If it's not, it runs the risk of vandalism after school hours or over the weekend. And if we want to make a purchase of that temporary structure, or do we want to do a rental of that temporary structure, establishing a more fixed and permanent shade structure could in some circumstances require further DSA work and could be much more comprehensive. So those are the things that staff has been exploring and looking at different options, and what are the fiscal implications of the temporary versus the permanent, and the timing issue of those two things as well.
Right, and I share Trustee Zhang. I think there's a sense of urgency. If we have students sitting in mud, that's not okay. It does seem like we need some sort of temporary solution, like soon. Where, we may have more rain. It's not long before things will start warming up again. So the need for some shade structures, even if they're temporary at American, I think is something that needs to be addressed soon.
But then the question is why American High has such a request, but not other high school. I hope the high school parents are not listening, so they would raise such requests again.
We don't want to turn this into a board discussion, but they're the campus that has
the most students?
Well, no, they're the site that has closed campus for lunch. So you have all the students on site eating lunch, and the other high school sites are open campus. That's probably something that happens. Is there anything else you would like to see calendared or request an update? Okay, yes, Trustee Prasad.
There was this one we're having two meetings. So there's this one request from a parent about standardized testing. I think you responded to that, but is there any further discussion to be had on that?
No, the parent communication was if the district would re-implement the standardized testing program at the state level, and the response provided is that Fremont Unified as a district doesn't have any control whether or not we provide the standardized testing. That decision is set forward by the state, and all of our standardized tests that have been in place pre-pandemic are scheduled to return this year, and our administrative team is already going through the training process. So our CASP and CAST testing will carry forward this year as it has in prior years.
And will we keep the iReady testing still in place?
We still have iReady as a part of our assessment suite, yes.
If I could jump in, I don't know if anyone watched the news yesterday that the SAT test 2 years from now not only will be fully digital, but you'll also be able to use a calculator. It'll take maybe 2 hours, and the results should be available within a week. Wow. So big change is coming in that the test that doesn't matter for UC anymore.
Yeah. But then, okay, that's great news.
Okay. Is there anything else that anybody would like calendared or? Okay, I'm going to move on to, for me, I have heard from a parent of a senior that her son was told that he needs 40 hours of community service to graduate, which I don't think is correct given that we've suspended some things. So I would like an update on making sure that all of our sites are clear about that. I would also like, given the Omicron surge that we have had that has impacted this school year, I would like us to consider suspending community service for this year again, if the rest of the board would like. Anybody interested in that discussion?
I'm fine having that on the agenda.
Okay, so I think we would like to agendize potentially suspending, at least have a discussion to suspend that again. There have been, I know at one point prior to the break, we were considering when to potentially allow volunteers back on site, and with the Omicron surge, I'm not sure that we're ready to do that, but I have also heard from some people that they're looking for volunteers. They're strained, so when do we think that will be coming potentially back to us for reconsideration?
We can certainly review that in February. That was when we had originally said before winter break, before Omicron really took hold. Mm-hmm. We said we would look at it again in February. So we can include that as part of our standing agenda item for our COVID response.
Okay. And then for me, as I mentioned when the item was up, I would like to see us have the SRO MOU come back to us, having gone through proper process for our consideration sooner than 2 years, which is when the MOU would expire. Is anybody interested in seeing the SRO MOU go through a process and come back to us sooner? So I don't know that we need to agendize that or for a discussion.
I think it would need to be agendized for further discussion by the board, because I don't think we can take direction to do that this evening.
Right.
So it would need to be agendized in the future and come for future board action.
Okay. So I think we'd like to see that agendized.
Yeah, I'd like to see that too, but I think can we together with second June, right, and do that.
Certainly, but I think we need to let staff, we need to see the agenda item so we know what that time frame would look like, because it's going to take some time to gather all the people that need to be involved in that process. So I think we need to hear what's feasible. I would love to see it that soon. That would be great, but I'm not sure. I think we need to let staff look into what the time frame for that would look like.
So what I can do based on the calendaring request and the agreement of two trustees to agendize the discussion at least, I can go back and craft a potential agenda item and share it out, because ultimately what we have is an MOU that's currently in place. I think we would then need to agendize an item and receive board direction to revise that MOU sooner than anticipated. And that would be something that we would have to begin engaging our partners with as well, because the MOU is not isolated to just Fremont Unified School District.
That was going to be my question. If the partner is not interested in agendizing it or opening it up, then it's not going to be opened up, correct? We can't just unilaterally open up an MOU that we've already agreed to.
That is, I believe, correct, which is, I think, the discussion that we had at the time when the board approved the MOU was recognizing that it was a problem, but that it was a living document and we could have it come back to us.
Oh, yeah.
But now we're recognizing that it's a 2-year deal and we can't do that without collaboration. So I would like to have a discussion about what we would need to do to see that MOU go through a process.
Maybe staff could provide an update of what an agenda item would look like before we go there, so we craft the proper agenda item. I mean, just to see what, legal advises and what the process is and what the timeline is and those sorts of things.
Yeah, we'll certainly begin working on that per the board's request.
Is there that's all that I had for calendaring. Anybody else anything that's come up?
There seems to be something coming up here from, it looks like it says Fremont Fire Department. It says combustibles in big capital letters. So I think they're trying to get through, but they're being delayed. And a bunch of question marks, so I don't know.
Okay, well, anything else before, because I know last meeting I adjourned numerous times. I want to adjourn just once this time. Anything else before we adjourn? Okay, adjourning the meeting at 11:47. Thank you, everybody.